I'm going to call to order the Town Council meeting of May 2nd, 2023. Clerk, could you please take attendance?
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudis?
Here.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Here.
Mayor Risto?
Here. Thank you. Next, we will, we have everybody here, so we don't have to approve anyone with remote participation. Next, we'll go to our rules of decorum and civility.
The public is welcome to participate at Town Council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at Town Council meetings. 4. All public comments at the Town Council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you. With that, we will move to our Pledge of Allegiance. So I would like to invite Emma Richards up here. Hi, Emma. Okay, I'd like to introduce her, first of all, so you can remain seated until we start the pledge. Emma is a third grader at Davis Elementary School. Her favorite activities are soccer, math, recess, and swimming. So you must be enjoying the rain. And one of the items she put down for community service is she participated in community service called Camp Cleanup, and she and her friends helped beautify. They added some plants at the Park Plaza, at the Town Fountain Plaza. And I remember seeing that, and every time I walk by, I think of you. So we'll let you do the Pledge of Allegiance now.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll take a quick picture up here if you want. We won't use it on social media, but you, okay, or if her dad wanted to take a picture. You're good? Okay. Thank you. I have to mention Emma is also used to be one of my neighbors. She moved a few blocks away, but I've known her since she was in a stroller. Okay, go ahead and shake hands with our council members. Councilmember Moore, Vice Mayor Badami, and then this way. Councilmember Rennie, Councilmember Hudes, and then I have something for you. You're welcome. Thank you so much. All right. All right, let's give her a hand. Somehow younger people don't seem as nervous about standing up here as the rest of us do. Thank you. Okay, now we have some commendations, or proclamations. Will they be down here? Okay. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah. All right, let's see. So our first proclamation is United States Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th, 2023 as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 14th through May 20th as National Police Week. So we have a proclamation here for our police department, and I don't know if someone's up here to accept it or if all of you want to come up. Our chief will probably want to say some words. Yeah, let's get them all up here.
Thank you very much for the proclamation. This recognizes all the men and women that don the uniform proudly and take great pride in the public safety that we provide to the community. Also, the great care and the trust that you place in us to provide those services. And we also want to recognize those that came before us in this profession and gave the ultimate sacrifice. So thank you for the proclamation.
Thank you all, and you know that you have the support and admiration and gratitude of our community. So thank you. All right. Our next proclamation, it's National Public Works Week. And we have a proclamation where the National Public Works Week was instituted as a public education campaign by the American Public Works Association in 1960 and calls attention to the importance of public works in community life. I won't read the whole thing, but if we can get our Director of Parks and Public Works and some of the hard workers I think of as our community elves that, pick up trees, clean up the streets, and make everything run smoothly. Director Burnham.
Thank you. I love that comment, community elves. It couldn't be more true. There are 35 men and women working in Parks and Public Works who serve everyone in this community, maintaining streets, maintaining parks, helping Little League get use agreements and all of our sports leagues get off the ground. The work is pretty expansive, and we love what we do, I think. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. All right, we have a busy night of proclamations. Our next it's Municipal Clerks Week, and yay, we've got all three of our members of the clerk's office here. And I'll just read the first line. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk is a time-honored and vital part of local governments that exist throughout the world. And I can tell you, we couldn't get our agendas out, have any of our meetings, understand all of the order of everything we need to do. And for those of us who have run for office, could never have gotten our papers filed or figured out all the myriad rules without these rock stars. So anyway. Thank you. And I'll give the microphone to our clerk, Wendy Wood.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing Municipal Clerks Week. We serve the public, and we are the communications between the public and the legislation. And I'd like to thank my two deputies, Jenna and Darrell, for all their help and support. And I appreciate all the work that they do. We have a great team here. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, for tonight, in terms of presentations, it's Building Safety Month. and we have a proclamation here. I'll just read the first part. The Town of Los Gatos' continuing effort to address the critical issues of safety, energy efficiency, water conservation, and sustainability in the built environment that affect our citizens, both in everyday life and in time of natural disaster, help to ensure safe and sound community structures. And I'm calling forward, okay, our building department here.
Thank you. I'm Robert Gray. I'm the chief building official. This is Roy Alba. He probably recognizable to a lot of people in the room. He's been with the town for quite some time. He's our senior building inspector. The building department really appreciates the recognition for the proclamation. We also want to announce that on May 11th, we're going to host a kid-friendly event at the library from 4 to 5 o'clock. If you bring your kindergarten through fourth grade-ish age kids over, we'll talk about building safety. We'll talk about safety preparedness. We'll also be at the farmers market May 14th and 21st. So feel free to come by and visit with us there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have to find somebody of that age to sneak in and check it out myself, or? Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I think I've got my steps for the day finishing off there. Now we'll go to council matters, which is a time when council members update the community on the activities, committees, commissions, boards, other things that have happened since the last regular council meeting. So, back from Japan, I'll start with Councilmember Hires.
Thank you. Due to travel, I haven't had quite as many meetings, but I had a couple of teleconference calls, and then I just in the last 2 days have had a number of meetings concerning senior services. So I met with a member of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, and I met with the mayor and town manager for Monte Sereno, who are very interested in our roadmap, and in fact, they are discussing it right at this moment at their council meeting. And then today I met with some members of the Los Gatos Recreation Leadership and Board to discuss their aspect of implementing the roadmap and providing core services for our seniors in Los Gatos.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. On April 21st, I attended the VTA board workshop as an alternate. We reviewed our biannual budget, robust discussion, of course. On April 22nd, I helped Silicon Valley Clean Energy Table at the Cupertino Earth Day Festival. I also attended the Los Gatos Spring into Green the next day on the 23rd. Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee met on the 26th, and the Executive Committee for the Silicon Valley Clean Energy met on 4/28. There we had presentation and discussion on a new enterprise risk management platform, which is building on our stress test analysis from last year to help make sure our organization stays healthy. Everybody's kind of familiar with Silicon Valley Bank failure. Since they were a medium-sized bank, they weren't required to do stress tests that we're doing on our own. If they had done one, they would have realized that a rapid rise in interest rates would be a big stressor for them. And then when interest rates started to rise, they might, say, uh-oh, maybe we better shorten up our long-term bond portfolio, for example. So this is the kind of thing we're doing at Silicon Valley Clean Energy. We actually did stress tests financially last year, and we're adding a whole sort of platform around that that we're calling our enterprise risk platform, which is an important part of being an electricity provider, because some have failed in the past. Remember Enron. Also, yesterday I attended the Finance Commission, and we had a robust discussion on the budget. Oh, let me add, I also met with General Hillhouse and got an update on the activities of the Veterans Memorial.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Rennie, back from Sacramento, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll begin by saying that May is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month and Jewish American Heritage Month, which I think are each worthy of recognizing and celebrating. I think as a town, many of us know that we're growing and evolving when it comes to diversity, and I feel grateful to have a significant and active Asian American population and also Jewish American population in our community. May is also, lots of recognizing, is also Mental Health Awareness Month. And I think while mental health is becoming increasingly less taboo to talk about, I think there's still a stigma around discussing mental health that we need to continue to dispel and combat. And I've personally struggled with my mental health in the past and feel really lucky to have people in my life that have helped empower me and find the help where I needed. And so I think that's important to recognize and talk about. Thank you all for being flexible with the last meeting. I really prefer discussing things in person with you all here. In the couple of things, I attended Spring into Green with the majority of the council here. Really enjoyed that. That was followed by Arbor Day, which I'll let the mayor talk about, but that was lovely. A really great time to spend with some young students at Mulberry Elementary School, right next to where I grew up. And I'll add my favorite tree quote here, which is that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the next best time is today. And so I was really grateful to spend a little bit of time with our town arborist, our town maintenance staff, and our whole PPW team who work so hard to make our town the beautiful and green place that it is. I attended the San Andreas Regional Center Legislative Luncheon, which was, they're an organization that helps support those with developmental disabilities in our community, and that was something I have a lot of learning to do on, and really enjoyed that. I also, with the mayor, I attended the swearing in and promotional ceremony for our police department. And this was the first one of these that I had ever attended. And I was just incredibly impressed with the professionalism and the dedication, both of our sworn and our non-sworn police staff. I attended the Finance Commission meeting as an observer. And this upcoming Friday, I have my council member community coffee at Great Bear Coffee at 8 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. On April 17th, I attended a meeting of the Finance Commission as an observer. On April 20th, I attended a community workshop on the JEDI plan. On April 23rd, I also attended the Spring into Green event at the Town Plaza. On April 25th, I met with the chair of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. On April 25th, as the council liaison, I attended a meeting at the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. And on May 1st, I also attended a meeting of the Finance Commission as an observer. And I'd like to mention that May is also Mother's Day month, so don't forget the mothers in your life.
Thank you. Without mothers, we wouldn't be here, would we? Let's see. A few things. I also attended the April 20th JEDI community workshop to talk about diversity. The vice mayor and I were in there were breakout groups, so we were in two different groups and, got to hear input from a variety of community members. 2 weekends ago, we had fantastic weather. Remember, before it was cold and rainy again? On the Saturday, I volunteered at the Chamber's Wine Walk. And what was exciting about that is, as I was carding people and putting their bracelets on and registering them, 1,200 people had bought tickets prior to the event. And, it was a sold out event. And we had 1,200 people walking through the streets, shopping, enjoying our beautiful town. And the feedback that you hear from people when they've either never been to Los Gatos or haven't been here in a while, or lived here before and came back, or even if they live here and they don't get downtown a lot, was just how beautiful it is, how vibrant it feels, how much they enjoy the outdoor dining, and what great shops we have. So it's always a good reminder of where we live. On Sunday, we had Spring into Green, and that was where we were celebrating Earth Day and Arbor Day. And we had a ceremonial tree planting with the students from Mulberry School. And then on Friday, actual Arbor Day, Councilmember Moore joined me. We went to the Mulberry School campus and planted 2 birch trees with the students. And, they know so much about trees, what animals live in it, how much oxygen they make, how compatible we are with the trees giving us oxygen and taking up carbon dioxide, and we give off carbon dioxide and take up oxygen, and just they totally get it. So that was wonderful. And as a reminder, one of the things we observed at Spring into Green was Los Gatos received our Tree City commendation for the 43rd year in a row. So in spite of the fact that we had a number of trees that created havoc this year during the storms, the rest of the trees are providing us with shade and beauty and oxygen. So let's see. And after Spring into Green, I went to the New Moon Mosaic kind of multicultural performance, which was really great. I saw quite a few people there. On the 24th, a Monday morning, I started my Mondays with the mayor, and from 8:30 to 10:30, I was at a coffee shop, and people could sign up for 15-minute or half-hour slots. And so I talked to a few people I had never met before, and a couple other people I knew that came by. Great conversations, great opportunity. My next Monday with the mayor is this Monday, May 8th, from 8:30 to 10:30 at the Great Bear. And if you don't follow me on Facebook and can't get the sign up, just email me. You can find my email on the town website. I attended a few ribbon cuttings. Big kudos to the Chamber of Commerce and to Jeff Strachan, Double D's, and a number of very generous donors in our community. If you are at Highway 9 and Santa Cruz Avenue, there's now a gateway. There was one wall that said downtown Los Gatos in front of Out of the Barrel tap room, and now there's another wall to mirror it in front of Double D's. And that was funded completely by volunteers, and it just really looks wonderful. Let's see. I also attended the swearing in and promotional ceremony for our police department, and echoing what Councilmember Moore said, I also want to point out one of the things, I've attended these before, one of the things that always gets me, besides the professionalism, the dedication of our police force, is seeing their families and their friends. Having a best friend or a wife or a son or daughter pin that badge on just drives home the risks our police officers take, their dedication, and the support that they couldn't do this job without their families. So huge gratitude to our employees, but to their families as well. Let's see, our West Valley and mayor-manager meeting, I don't know if our manager is going to talk about it, but Supervisor Joe Simidian was there to talk about the Lehigh Cement Plant, ongoing process toward closure, and status of West Valley Mental Health Clinic. And let's see, there's a bunch of other things, but you know what? We're all busy, we're all doing things. I also want to point out that it's on the agenda, but we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of longtime resident Pete Siemens. And Pete passed a few weeks ago, but he leaves us a long legacy. He was on the town council from 1978 to 1982, and he was mayor in 1981-82. He lived not too far from me. And he represented us on Mid-Peninsula Board, Ward 1, from 1994 until 2022. So his vision for open space, his dedication, I know someone else will be speaking more about the work he did, but I will tell you, if you hike St. Joseph's Hill or bike it or ever look at it, just give a little feeling of thanks, because Pete was very instrumental in that acquisition. And I, on behalf of the council, I send out our gratitude and our condolences to his wife, Diane. Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda are our consent items. And so we have a number of items here, which I don't think are all going to remain on consent, that are typically pretty straightforward items. So first of all, I'll ask if any members of the council, Councilmember Rennie.
I'd like to pull number 10.
Hold on. I made a mistake. Manager matters. I apologize.
Thank you. Just two quick items. Thank you. First of all, we are in the midst of our adult mid-year recruitment. Applications are due on May 26th at 4 p.m. in the clerk's office. We have a lot of great opportunities, and we encourage our community to look at those. Look at the clerk's website for more information. In addition, our library has just released its summer programs. There are so many wonderful events to really encourage reading, encourage summer reading, and really celebrate important stories within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move to consent, I just want to, I forgot to let our pledge leader and father know that it's perfectly fine to go home and do homework or do whatever you're going to do for the rest of the evening. You can watch us on TV if you're that curious, but it'll be a long night and you're not expected to stay. So thank you. Okay, so now back to the consent. It looks like Councilmember Rennie has a comment to make, or?
I'd like to pull number 10.
Okay, so we will take number 10 off the consent calendar, and we will hear that after item 15. Any comments from any other members of the council? Okay, I don't have any cards, but is there any member of the public on Zoom or in the room who wanted to speak on the consent calendar at all? All right, I have no hands raised, and I don't see anyone here. Councilmember Rennie.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 9 and defer item 11 to May 16th.
Yes, per our desk item. Okay, so it'll be item 1 through 9 and defer. Do I have a second? Councilmember Hudes?
Second.
Okay, any comments? All right, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0, and we will hear item 11 at a later date, and we will hear item 10 at the end. Okay, next we move to verbal communications. This is the part of the meeting where members of the public can speak on any item that is not on the agenda, and I'll start with the room, and our first speaker, I'll go with Craig Gleason.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Craig Gleason. I'm Los Gatos Parks Commissioner and Director for the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District's Ward 1, which includes the open space preserves right around Los Gatos. And I wanted to speak tonight about my predecessor at Mid-Pen and my friend Pete Siemens. Oh, is it not on? Should I continue? Yeah. Okay. As the mayor mentioned, Pete passed away last month, and first I want to express my sincere condolences to Pete's wife, Diane, as well as their family and friends. Personally, I only came to know Pete in the last couple of years, but I know we have many people around who've known him and worked with him for years, for decades. Pete served 31 years on the Mid-Pen board, but his service to the community, as the mayor mentioned, goes back well before that. He was a town council member and mayor of Los Gatos in the 70s and 80s, and his impact is literally all around us. He and his colleagues in the town government were instrumental in passing ordinances to protect our hillsides from development, and he helped broker a deal to transfer the land that's now St. Joseph's Hill to Mid-Pen. That's resulted in Mid-Pen having one of its most popular preserves right on the doorstep of our town. He was also a real strong advocate for Mid-Pen to protect Bear Creek redwoods and to get it open to public access. And even though Pete is gone, in the coming years, you'll see his impact in trail projects that connect and improve our open spaces, as well as projects that provide better protection for natural resources and animals. For example, the future wildlife crossings at Highway 17 and Alma Bridge Road. I mentioned I only knew him for a little while, but I can honestly say he helped change the course of my life as well. I don't think I'd be at Mid-Pen without his coaching and guidance. And even a few weeks before he died, he was still mentoring me with respect to Mid-Pen. So he had this way of being very direct and honest while making sure that you knew he was on your team. And even then, he was still engaged with Mid-Pen. Into April, he was coming to public meetings. He was just as lively as ever with sharp wit and judgment. And above all, I could always tell he was just as dedicated to the people that he represented as he was to the environment. For him, those two things were absolutely critical, and they were totally compatible. So I really appreciate the council and the mayor formally honoring Pete in tonight's adjournment. And I know many of you, probably most of you, are already familiar with our local open space preserves, but I want to invite all of you again to come out and enjoy those spaces that Pete and many other people had the vision to protect for us as well as those who will come after us in the future. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Tanimoto.
It's a bit high. Okay, can you hear me? Should I bring it down? I think that'll do it, right? Okay, great. Mayor Risto, Vice Mayor Benami, council members, and staff. Chris Tanimoto, homeowner for 17 years in the Gatos neighborhood. In the past, I served as a commissioner for 8 years and 1 year as a chair on the town's Transportation and Parking Commission. On February the 15th, I sent an email message to Nicole Burnham, Public Works Director, for a traffic issue request be considered for speed limit signage. Specifically, to paint a 35-mile speed limit on the pavement where the 1 lane becomes 2 lanes on both sides of Blossom Hill Road, and also place a flashing 35-mile-per-hour speed limit sign on both sides of that road because that section is 100% under Los Gatos jurisdiction from Blossomdale Drive to Meadowbrooks Drive. This request will not have impacts on other streets such as signing and markings, and this will not require embarking on actual traffic calming procedures. Currently, there is no signage of any type in this location. On February the 17th, I received a response from Nicole that staff is reviewing all the comments received, and the information will be used to inform future traffic-related projects. On April 5th, I sent another email message to Nicole stating that, in light of the second fatality, that her response of February 17th was unacceptable to my traffic issue request. On April 10th, Nicole's response was as follows. Staff is aware of the concerns surrounding Blossom Hill Road and is evaluating ways in which we might make future changes. I appreciate your perspective and will keep these recommendations in my Blossom Hill Road file for consideration. My request is to at least do something now. It does not require collaboration with the City of San Jose, and it is cost and time effective. The Gatos neighborhood deserves a better response.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kent Hillhouse.
My name is Kent Hillhouse. I'm the president of the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial Foundation, and we're here today to request financial support in the amount of approximately $250,000 to erect, we erected our world-class Liberty Memorial, which adorns the town's center lawn outside. Our Liberty campaign kicked off. We launched in 2019 looking for a goal of $2.6 million. Total projected cost for our memorial was $3 million, which included in-kind type of work. We never missed our $16,000 monthly payments, but COVID put a monkey wrench in our ability to solicit donations, and also took a bang into our a major hit on our bank account. What Why is this important? The funding will allow the Veterans Foundation to turn the page on our next chapter and focus on efforts on raising funds solely for the purposes of maintaining the Flame of Liberty Memorial, supporting our Yellow Ribbon programs, which endeavored to improve the lives of active service members, veterans, and their families in our community, and continuing to educate and provide a model to our Los Gatos and greater community on the sacrifices borne by those who serve in and out of uniform. Also, to continue, most importantly, to focus our new chapter will be able to positively impact the lives of individuals who've defended freedom, supported our country in natural disasters, and given so much in return. Examples of the Yellow Ribbon programs which we have today include the Selkies Hike, which targets reducing suicide through networking and camaraderie amongst veterans. It's launched and ended at the Flame of Liberty each year. Last year we had 150 veterans participate. Weekly breakfast with vets, which is a program to deliver emotional healing run by the therapist Dr. Clyde Horn, who's a member of our foundation and also a recipient of the Purple Heart. We also co-support a stand down, a gathering of homeless veterans over the course of a week-long weekend that provides to them health care, physicals, dental checkups, hot showers, haircuts, new clothing, new sleeping bags, provisions, veterinarian services for their pets, VA, college counseling, job search resources, transportation services for the event, weekend meals and lodging, and a judge to assist in clearing legal matters. The town would be recognized if they could. Is that it? Oh. I thought the hook was coming out. To grant that, if the town grants us this $250,000, they're positioned to. In fact, we have a placeholder set for them at the Wall of Gratitude to have the top position. So, sorry I had to read this, but I wanted to get through in 3 minutes. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for our speaker. Our next speaker is Clyde Horn.
My name is Clyde Horn, and I'm a Vietnam combat veteran, 1967-68. And as Kent relayed, I have a Purple Heart and a number of other. I'm also an original board member of the Los Gatos Memorial and Support Foundation. I'm also a member of the Kiwanis Club of Los Gatos. In addition, my wife has owned and operated the 7-Eleven store in North Santa Cruz Avenue for 49 years. Los Gatos is our town. I want the council to know that we are grateful for having a memorial that honors veterans, first responders, police, and the National Guard. We feel like we have done something for Los Gatos that is significant and that echoes sort of a heartbeat that those of us that put our lives on the line and some who never came back are remembered and honored. I support our Yellow Ribbon program that we already do. Major Hillhouse mentioned. I host a weekly veteran support breakfast. We meet in San Jose at a Denny's on Hillsdale Avenue. And this began in 2008, and it's still existing today. We have a host of veterans who come, and the support that we have among the veterans that come go all the way back to World War II and the wars that followed that. We have veterans of all ages. Most of us are a little older, but we have younger veterans also. And we have a breakfast, we have fellowship, we talk about what our needs are during the week, and we support one another in ways that are significant. We really give of ourselves, we ride share, and I give a little bit of a talk on trauma, PTSD, veteran issues. That is why we're here today, to ask the council to consider the money that has been made available through the COVID situation. We were impacted, and we would like to see that memorial paid off so we can do more of the Yellow Ribbon programs for the community. Many of us come to the veterans for respite and fellowship. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, okay, I'm not going to throw your handwriting under the bus, but James Free, I think. I apologize. I'll blame it on my reading.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to make this short presentation. My name is Jim Free, and I'm an advisor to the board, and I'm also a Navy veteran. Like all of us men and women in the service, we can share a lot of stories about our time, including some of the good, the bad, and the ugly. It should be noted that we are all volunteers in this effort, and we have been from the beginning. I think we continue to have some very informative events on this site over the years, and we also engage our Fisher School every year, where they interview veterans about their choice about what it was like to be a veteran of the military in this country. I had the distinct opportunity to be interviewed by one of those students in the recent past. We initially talked over the phone, and then I met with her parents in their Los Gatos home. And we sat at the dinner table, and her parents sat in the living room, not too far away, listening to the whole thing. During that conversation, I was totally impressed with the questions and the introspection that this young lady was asking me. She was very, very eloquent and very direct, and believe me, I had to answer directly. And she would ask questions if she didn't understand everything I said. And by the time we ended that interview, I have to say that I walked away from that interview with a total amount of respect and admiration for this young lady and who she was and what she represented. To me, it was a very memorable education also. So that's just part of what we do out there. I could go on and on. But I would invite any and all of you to come over to visit this memorial in the Los Gatos Civic Center right here, in an area referred to way over here as the Redwood Grove. You may want to go down and view it in the evening. It's also very well lit up and quite impressive then also. Thanks again, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all the rest of you for taking the time to listen to us. And we're going to be here to answer any questions that you may have. And thanks for listening.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Wayne Hemshoff.
Thank you. I'm Wayne Heinsoth. You know that the foundation is important to me because I'm here missing the Warriors game. I'm a Vietnam era veteran. They chose to send me to Germany. I'm also still involved with the California State Guard, so I'm still active. It was a proud moment when General Hillhouse asked me to join the Veterans Memorial Foundation Committee and eventually became a board member on that. The memorial, as you probably know, was put up without any town funds. It all donated time, money, donations. It's a wonderful place for veterans to go to. You know, as you may know, the town really doesn't do anything for Memorial Day. No flags on the street, nothing for Veterans Day. So our memorial is the only thing for veterans. As you heard, the pandemic kind of ruined our donations. We'd love to get the construction costs paid off so we can do more for veterans. I volunteer once a week at the VA hospital in Palo Alto. So I see firsthand every week these poor veterans, everything from brain damage to just minor surgeries that go on. And I actually volunteer in the hospice area. So we see a lot of veterans with ailments that are not necessarily old age. They are from, all the things that have gone on there. So we need your help, and I'm just here to back up all the other foundation members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gavin Liu.
Hi, my name's Gavin. Here just want to follow up with, we had the car, the hit and run accident on Blossom Hill Road on March 26th. So we had a few friends, neighbors here last month, to beg for actions from the town. So just want to give some update for the family. First, thank you for all the actions the council already taken. Really appreciate. So the family, they had two incomes. One's from the victim, Li Ming Kao, her salary. The second one's from her husband. He's running a small business. But right now, I think since this happened, he hasn't been able to go back to work on the business. There's no income from his husband as well. So which means there's no income in the last 1.5 months for the whole family. I think so this, nobody wants to see this happening again for other family, but they won't be the last case. So here I'm just asking if we have a particular fund to support these kind of families, not only for this one, but all similar families, because they're the loss, they're losing the income, for the temporary support, not long term. The amount won't need to be huge or big, probably small amount can help the family to go through the hard time. That's all my ask. If we already have the fund, I think you probably have the contact of some friends of this family. You can let them know they can apply. But if no, I think it's strongly recommend we set up a small amount, something, support this kind of family to show our love, our support. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what the town can do, but if there's county services, we can make connections if needed. Thank you. Our next speaker is Cindy Walker. Oh, there's not an item on here.
It's part of Complete Streets and Transportation. That was the next one.
Okay, and Jillian Verga, you're also with an item on here? Okay, 12. Thank you. Our next speaker is John Lochner, former mayor.
It's for short guys. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and staff. It's a pleasure to come here this evening once again as a beggar. That's spending a lot of our life begging, and this is part of what we do. I'm a former council member. I served on the town council from 1972 to 1980, and I've been a member of the Veterans Foundation since its inception 19 years ago. A brief history of the historic fire bell, which sits in the Veterans Memorial. It was cast in 1899, 124 years ago. It resided on Lundy Lane, that's back of Old Town, until 1949. Somehow after that it found its way to Lodi, where it resided at a chicken restaurant until we brought it back to Los Gatos in 1986. It hung in the town plaza for 15 years, where it rang daily. Council at that time decided to make changes in the plaza. They wanted more open space. So the fire bell was taken out and was placed on the sidewalk by the museum, where it resided until the veterans got interested in building this memorial. We wanted it to be a tribute to first responders. It is certainly that, and it continues to ring on special occasions. There are over 267 pavers located at the site honoring veterans and first responders. These were purchased by friends or family to honor a loved one. This will continue to be a big part of the memorial site. On September 11th, 2001, United Airlines Flight 93 left New York for a flight to San Francisco. It was taken over by hijackers who intended to crash it into the capital of Washington, D.C. A group of 4 men, led by Todd Beamer and Mark Bingham from Los Gatos, rushed the cockpit and forced the plane to crash in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, killing all aboard. Todd and Mark were graduates of Los Gatos High School, and this memorial honors them with plaques for their civilian heroism, and we have the distinct honor to recognize them again on 9/11 of this year. We're proud to have these 2 memorials at our Veterans Memorial site. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are all the cards I have for verbal communications, and I don't see anybody on Zoom with their hand raised. So I'll give it a minute because I know sometimes people take a second to process that it's about to close. Oh, I do have a hand up. Okay. Ellen Monzo, you can should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Ellen Manzo, and I'm a board member with the Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation. I'm a founding board member. I've been on board that team since inception. We filed the business in 2012 in the state of California in October, and 1 month later, we were before the town council with our conceptual idea that for months in advance of filing our business, we had put on our planning table, which was to establish a memorial in the town of Los Gatos that would deliver honor, respect, and gratitude to our veterans. We had a standing ovation from some of the audience members, and we had a unanimous vote from all 5 council members. It took 6 years that followed that time period, during which we ran national arts challenges. We conferred with designers, architects, artists throughout the country about a memorial, and we had a memorial design competition. The public weighed in, the Arts Commission weighed in, the town council weighed in, the Veterans Foundation weighed in, and we eventually selected a design that was designed by master design artist Frank Koshin Morris, who was chosen by the United States Treasury as a master designer with the U.S. Mint, and that's a very coveted position for artists. Today, Los Gatos can be very proud. It hosts a 5-star memorial in the town of Los Gatos on Google, and that memorial honors, and it has distinction in that it honors, as you've heard, 2 9/11 heroes, and it ties that linkage to the first responders who were pivotal on 9/11 and to those service members who were pivotal to fighting the war on terror and the veterans who fought so many conflicts following World War I, World War II, and later. The memorial is more than bricks and mortar. We have learned over the course of our journey that memorials heal. You can ask Clyde Horn and many of the veterans who you've just heard from how that memorial has served to help them. Today, on the West Coast, there's a memorial in Los Gatos. If somebody were living in Washington, D.C., they would have access to a lot of memorials. This serves our veterans and our first responders in the town of Los Gatos, as well as their family members who also need to heal. Suicide is something that's still occurring at a clip of 20 per day. We've run programs through this foundation that have tried to take a bite out of suicide. We have run programs or supported programs with this foundation that have tried to affect homelessness with veterans. The members that you've heard from, as well as many members back at the branch, have been volunteering to support this community for well over a decade. And what we'd like you to do is help us help this community. What I mean by that is by defraying and getting rid of the remaining tidbits of our construction loan, we can continue to build the fill the gap that we have on our capital campaign by funding that capital campaign and focusing all of our fundraising on what we refer to as yellow ribbon programs that support our community, more like delivering the kinds of programs you've just heard about. So thank you for this opportunity. We appreciate it. We appreciate the support of the town of Los Gatos, and I appreciate the opportunity to share these words with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands on Zoom, and nobody's bringing a card up at the last second. So I am now going to close verbal communication. So we will move to our next item, which is item 12, receiving the 2022 Complete Streets Transportation Commission accomplishments and provide direction on the 2023 work plan. So we have Director Burnham here to provide the start here, and I see some members from the commission here.
Sure. Good evening. I'm Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. And I actually have Commission Chair Ellers is here and is going to actually provide a summary.
Welcome, Chair Ellers.
Thank you. Good evening, Council members. My name is Bill Ellers. Hi, my name is Bill Ellers. I'm the current chair of the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission. Tonight, I am here to share the Commission's 2023 work plan. To start with a bit of background, the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, CSTC, was formed in 2019 from the consolidation of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission and the Transportation and Parking Commission. The commission meets monthly and has a roster of 7 members. The role of the CSTC has expanded at the time to advise the Town Council on multimodal transportation issues throughout Los Gatos. The emphasis on all modes of transportation included topics such as grants, infrastructure, safety, traffic congestion, traffic calming, and parking, as well as original responsibility for the review and recommendation of actions related to bikeways, pedestrian paths, and walkways, safe routes to school, and related issues. Attachment 1 of the memo on this item shows a list of accomplishments that this commission has achieved in 2022, which included recommendations to council on not moving forward with e-scooter share and not moving forward with a downtown van-accessible ADA parking pilot. To develop the 2023 work plan, the commission took the transportation items from the council's strategic priorities of 2023-25 as a foundation. The council's transportation priorities are parking, TDM, bike ped, community shuttle, other modes to mitigate congestion, and traffic calming safety. The commission formed 3 ad hoc committees to focus on the topics of traffic safety, a senior transportation services ad hoc, and transportation demand management ad hoc committees. Memo attachment 2 shows the background info and charter of the traffic safety ad hoc committee. The commission also made a motion to recommend the Youth Commission take on the initiative of researching incentives for high school students to use alternative modes to travel to and from school to reduce congestion and emissions. The full work plan can be seen in Memo Attachment 3 and shows potential work plan tasks and how they support council priorities, the general plan and senior services roadmaps. Examples of tasks include research e-bike rent-to-own subsidy programs, in particular for high school students and seniors, research carpool programs, in particular for parents, school children working with safe routes to school, research transit subsidy, reduced fare programs for employees or community members, research community shuttle for school children, high school students, and seniors that could serve downtown, research traffic safety by reviewing relevant plans and policies and recommending solutions, continuing support for cycling, in particular bike racks, continued support for events and outreach for transportation updates. This concludes my report. I now turn over to the council for discussion. Any questions?
Thank you very much. I want to start out thanking the commission for being here and sharing your work. It's always good to hear from our commissions directly at a meeting. I'll turn to council members if we have questions, or how are we going to do this? Are we going to hear from other commissioners or just direct all the?
You do have public comments, so you might, since there are no immediate questions from the council, you might want to take the public comments and then we can have a discussion.
Okay, so
Sounds like a plan.
we'll go to public comments and then, oh, right. And then I guess we can ask any of the commissioners questions. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Cindy Walker.
Hello, Town Council, and thank you for taking time to listen to our concerns. My name is Cindy Walker. My family and I are 28-year residents in this town. We love this town. I am a new committee member to Complete Streets and Transportation and the co-chair of the Traffic Safety Ad Hoc Committee. My family and I purchased a new home off Los Gatos Almaden Road a year and a half ago, thinking we were moving to the quieter side of town. To our surprise, that road is a freeway. So I immediately got involved in some traffic calming projects with PPW to address the speeding and reckless driving habits on this road, only to find out that because of COVID, there weren't resources, time, or energy really to work on that, but to pursue it with further measures. So I joined the committee, and that's what I'm working on, and I'm very happy to be a part of the committee. When I learned of the recent fatalities on the Blossom Hill Road, I was deeply saddened because these tragedies were exactly what I had called out in my traffic calming project for Los Gatos Almaden Road. And really, these could have happened on that road. They probably will, sadly enough. Blossom Hill and Los Gatos Almaden, Winchester, and probably Lark share many roadway features that allow them to be both quick and fast ways to enter and exit the town, but are both bike and pedestrian travel routes. On any given time of the day, cars, trucks are speeding down these roads. Sadly, the driving behaviors of drivers of all of these roads has grown worse over time. I don't really think it's a road problem as much as it's a driver behavior problem. I've been doing quite a bit of research to learn about what other towns are doing to address these similar traffic speeding and reckless driving issues, and have recently studied the Los Gatos roadway map. Last month, I listened in on the town hall event with Joe Smitherton to best understand the challenges of our town in the Bay Area. In that town hall, public awareness campaigns were raised as one way to really address driver behavior, especially distracted driver behavior. A few weeks ago, I walked the Los Gatos Almaden area with Wendy Wood from Safe Routes to School, and I connected her with the Union Middle School and Alta Vista School principals to get these schools that are located in the San Jose Union District, but in Los Gatos, to be involved in her great programs. This was exciting work, and it's now in progress. In collaboration with my dear friend Jillian, we have begun working with PPW to best understand more about short and long-term ways to address these dangerous roadway issues affecting our small town. I look forward to creating a report of our findings and recommendations in the months to come, and sincerely hope we can tackle these road issues and prevent further collisions and casualties. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, so Councilmember Rennie has a question for you.
Yes, thank you for all that information. I'm curious on Los Gatos Almaden. It's a long street, and I know, if I remember correctly, we did do some improvements on some areas of it closer to probably between Los Gatos Boulevard and National, and you spoke more broadly. So I was just trying to understand, did we make improvements, and is it gotten better in that section? Or in other words, you weren't very specific, so I'm thinking, okay, well, you could be talking about the area as you mentioned, in front of Union Middle School or on the other side of Union, or maybe you mean the whole thing. So I was curious, have we made improvements in the section I mentioned, or is it not, or were they ineffective?
I don't actually know because I don't have a lot of experience. I've only been there for about a year and a half. I think the area from Los Gatos Boulevard to National is 2 narrow lanes, and I do think because it's a small road, people are more conscientious, and there are 1 or 2 crosswalks there, and I think that helps. But it's really from National to Union. There are no crosswalks, there are no barriers. It's just a long shot, and people go from that light right past Union Middle School at very high speeds. And they pass, and it's crazy. And late at night, they do drag races. There's a lot that goes on.
So that's the area that you're thinking needs first priority, probably.
Probably, because I think that's where the speeding is. And thanks to the police department, we have had a couple of speed monitors out there. And you can see people bolt up, they see it, they stop, and then they bolt right past it. But it's always about 50 miles an hour when they see it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Our next speaker is Jillian Verga.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Jillian Verga. I'm also on the Complete Streets Commission. With Cindy, we formed the Traffic Safety Ad Hoc, and we just wanted to give a little more context to that particular ad hoc, along with the rest of the report. This is my 4th year on the Complete Streets Commission. I was on it in 2020 when it started. And I would say for the past 3 years, we've primarily kind of had our energy around bike and ped infrastructure projects, which we've done some really great work, like the bike and ped overcrossing over Blossom Hill Road, working on the plans for that, the Shannon Road project, the Connect Los Gatos Creek Trail Connector. So I think we've had some really great infrastructure projects that we've kind of focused on. And this year, moving the focus a little bit more towards car traffic and how can we maybe get those cars to behave a little better and respect the bike and ped safety in that way. That shift in focus has come from a few things. I think we've had bad drivers for a very long time, but I would say the pandemic has increased kind of the recklessness and the speed at which people drive, and I don't think that's just in Los Gatos. What we are reading is that it's a nationwide phenomenon, so things have gotten worse. We've got folks like Cindy who are raising the issue on Los Gatos Almaden. When we were working on the road improvements near Blossom Hill School, I just remember being at that community meeting and the frustration and anger from the community there that we had not done more and not done it sooner. And that was still on Blossom Hill Road and still where, the complaints that people speed through there, they just treat it like a freeway. And then when you add on the 2 fatalities this year, and I hear that there are actually 4 on Blossom Hill Road, but some are not in our area. So all of those things really said, hey, we have got to look at traffic safety. And, the conventional, so we know that some of the biggest impacts in safety for traffic is speed and running red lights. And we also, like the conventional wisdom for those kinds of issues are that you have to have infrastructure projects to really truly change speeding behavior. And that means making the roads narrower or windier or whatever. But what we also know is that those infrastructure projects take years and they're very, very expensive. So I think what our subcommittee is really trying to look at is some of the shorter term changes as well as infrastructure, but also, what could be done? Are there quick build? Are there speed cameras? Are there red light cameras? Are there changes in the speed limits? These are all things that other towns are looking at. And so that's what we're working on, and I'm at my 3 minutes, so thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question from Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the work that the commission does, and I know under your leadership we took on a number of new things as well. So, and I wanted to just comment that I think that the Bike and Ped Master Plan was a big piece of work, and it's good to see that we're going beyond that now into some other areas that are priorities. But I did have a question about the communication of the Bike and Ped Master Plan, because I think that was a priority last year, perhaps.
Yes, it was.
I think part of it was that some residents felt surprised by some of the projects. So maybe I missed it. I didn't see it on the list or the work plan this year. Is there still activity on communication of the Bike and Ped Master Plan?
I'm really glad you asked that. I think the answer is yes. We actually had Parks and Public Works did some work on that, and there's actually a new report on it. It's been updated just to not to change the plan, but to kind of catch up with the status on the list of projects. There were many, many crosswalk projects, for example, that have been completed that I think I didn't even realize. But there's a very nice interactive view where you can go online and see the list of projects and the status of each of those projects. So you can see the ones that are completed, and then there are many more that are not completed, and we maybe don't even know when they would be completed or have funding for them. So that is something that we want to continue. And I think one of the things we're trying to do also with this subcommittee is, we don't necessarily want to come up with brand new ideas, because there have been a lot of recommendations already made, like the crosswalks, like sidewalks, like bike lanes, that can help with the problems that we're addressing right now. And so we're trying to, not abandon any of those plans. There's the general plan mobility element. There's the Bike and Ped Master Plan. And there's the Los Gatos Road Safety Plan, which was done a couple of years ago. And so we're looking at all of those things and working to see kind of which of those we think we want to push for highest priority right now.
Yeah, thank you. And I know we're going to get to a point later in the agenda where we provide some feedback on the work plan. But while you're up here, I just wanted to thank you for expanding the horizon of what we're looking at, and to encourage that we keep in mind the importance of communicating the Bike and Ped Master Plan with our residents in whatever kind of outreach that we can do. But
thank you. I appreciate that. And I just think I want to say for, especially for the benefit of those who might be listening, that we're working on this, but we also know that there are a lot of other people, Parks and Public Work, and you as the town council are also very concerned about the fatalities and traffic safety. And we are a volunteer commission that meets once a month, right? So, we're trying to raise these priorities, but we know there are a lot of other people who are working on them too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. I have a hand on Zoom. Ali Miano, another commissioner from Complete Streets. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Your audio is really garbled.
Sorry.
Allie, we can't understand you at all. Allie, we cannot understand you at all. Your audio is completely.
Your audio is.
Something's wrong with your speaker. We can't.
We can't. Right now.
We can't understand you. It's very bumpy and garbled.
Very bumpy. Well, I suppose I'm there.
I don't know, clerk. Should we just mute her and see if she can try again, or? Okay, yeah, we haven't started the timer, but.
Are there any other speaker cards?
There are no other cards, and there are no other hands raised on Zoom. Commissioner Miano, I don't know if you can hear me, but we absolutely cannot understand a single word that you're saying. No. I can sort of.
No. Okay. All right, then.
I would suggest, I don't know if you have the phone number of one of your fellow commissioners, and why don't you go off and call one of your fellow commissioners who are here, and maybe she can hold the phone up to the microphone. We'll see if that works, okay? So we're going to mute you and give you a moment to, Commissioner Verga, I think, is trying to reach you. But this is not helpful for you or us right now.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try holding you to the microphone and see if this works.
I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to close my computer so that there isn't any feedback.
Good idea.
I wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to attend on Zoom, just because, in part because I take public transportation, which is my focus on the commission, and in part because it's a school night. I get up quite early in the morning, so I appreciate this opportunity. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners for their comments. My own comment regarding transportation is that on the ad hoc that we established this year for the priority of working with seniors, working with Commissioner Jeff Thompson, we hope to work with seniors and hold a clinic or two on how to take public transportation, what are some of the options available. We're going to be learning about the RIDE program for seniors at our next CSTC meeting. So I appreciate all that everyone is doing to improve transportation in town, and I look forward to working on these issues further with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I see any hands up? I have a quick question for you, Commissioner Biano. So I know that you are a big public transportation champion, so I figured you would jump on the senior transportation. When you're talking about doing a clinic, will that be through the commission? Are you going to be working with the rec center, or just trying to figure out, this is just a plan to teach seniors how to use public transit?
I do all of the above. Especially as you know, I'm a teacher and summer's coming up, so I'll have a little time to do this sort of thing.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, sometimes technology is not our friend, and sometimes it is. All right. I don't see any other hands up on Zoom, and I have no more cards. So, this is kind of an unusual item, so I think the council will start talking, and if we have questions that either Director Burnham or a specific commissioner can answer, you'll be able to answer our questions. Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, I have one question, and then I can make some comments. On their work plan ideas under transportation demand management spreadsheet, you have an item, recommend outreach ideas for virtual bike detection technology installed with smart signals program. Now, I know it's probably been 2 years now. Ying was working on something with the lights, because I think it was an app on your phone that if you were riding with it, it triggered the lights. I was out there with her when she was testing it. So I'm curious, did we already do this? Did that not work out? Are we looking at something different?
That work plan item is in reference to that same technology that you were testing with Ying.
So in other words, it was never really finished, I guess.
I think it's in place and not, but we have never communicated that it exists.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor, if you want, I would just make some comments. First, I want to thank the commission for the list of accomplishments during the year, evaluating the e-scooters and all the other things. I really appreciate all the work that they did. Lots of good work. One thing I particularly wanted to point out was your staffing of the bike valet, because I know that takes a lot of manpower, volunteer, and I think it's actually a really important thing to help people, get out and ride their bikes. I know I hesitate to ride my bike places that I know it's not going to be safe because I ride an expensive bike. So things like bike valets, I really appreciate. So I want to thank you for continuing to do that. I hope you continue to do that. Then other comments on their plans. On the Traffic Safety Ad Hoc Committee, it's talking about doing recommendations for the highest priority actions. I think that's great. I'm really looking forward to that. And you're going to highlight recommendations that will impact traffic safety quickly. So I wanted to point that out. I really think those are good items. And of course, you're asking us for budget on those. So I'll start looking for some budget for you. I think those are my main comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Badami, and then I'll go to Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So I'd also like to thank the group for their hard work and their passion to making our roads safer. So thank you. I know you guys are very dedicated to what you do. You're very committed to it. So thank you for that. When I look at this work plan idea, I'm looking at that transportation demand management. And I think you're going to be looking at ways to increase awareness of the bicycle and pedestrian master plan. And I'm hoping for better communication because, as you know, we've had some public outcry over Shannon Road, for example, and then even the Winchester design on a much broader scale. So I don't know what we can do or what the group has tossed around as far as maybe some better communication. And I look to staff. I don't know if we could do something similar to what we do in land use applications where we send, a postcard within a certain amount of feet, just so that residents have a better awareness and they're not taken by surprise of something that they feel might impact their neighborhood or maybe they're a little adverse to. So that's the only comment I have. But again, thank you for your hard work.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll reiterate the same comments. This was actually the first commission I ever served on. I served with Chair Ellers and Commissioner Verga, and so grateful to this dedicated group of people. Same as Councilmember Rennie, I really appreciated the bicycle valet. I was especially thankful when I was leaving the festivities having fun and y'all were out there still staffing the bike valet, so thank you for doing that. I really appreciate your emphasis and attention on these kind of traffic safety issues. I think that's really exciting. I agree with your kind of sentiments that, when I was on the commission, we did do a lot of, that was kind of tangentially related to a lot of what we were doing on, bike and ped, but I think this is really important, so thank you. A few of the things that I'm really excited to see are everything in the traffic safety ad hoc. I think that's all really, really awesome. So again, thank you for doing that. The shuttle options, really excited to see that. Same with VTA, Bus 27, increasing ridership. I think that's a huge, lift, but anything we can do to increase ridership is going to help us in the long run on that. And then also the e-bike charging stations. I think that's a really neat idea. And same with bike lockers. Bike lockers, I think, is like lots of really mobility-friendly cities I've been to have bike lockers, and I think that's a really good idea to deal with some of what Councilmember Rennie was talking about with the expensive bikes. So one question I had for staff is, I know a lot of what is in this plan is going to be cost money and be expensive and need to have us figure out funding for that. I wonder if the council would ever be able to provide a small amount of funding for, like every year or whatever. I know that, so I believe the Arts Commission has some like few $1,000s that they use for like promotional things, and I wonder if we could ever do something similar for the Complete Streets Commission and maybe other commissions or. But for this, I think like a $5,000, something really nominal, but that could help kind of if the commission wanted to do an event where they promote the bus routes or, you know, something like that, that's, you know, not a big dollar amount, but I think could really go a long way, both in terms of impact and also making sure that this commission knows how much we support them up here.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think there is a nominal amount, like maybe $500 in the PPW budget to support the commissions. I think a larger ad like that is something that needs to get discussed with the finance director and town manager. But noted.
And it's a good time to be raising it because we are going to be bringing the budget to you at your next meeting. So that's something we can work on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. And again, I wanted to reiterate and emphasize the importance of going beyond the bike and pedestrian master plan, which is very important, and it took a lot of concentrated and focused effort to get it to where it is, but there were, you know, other things, and I wanted to thank the commission for its collaborative work on the senior transportation issues. I know that the commission engaged with the Senior Services Committee in brainstorming and developing ideas, and the incredibly challenging opportunity to implement the roadmap. And it's going to take collaboration between our various commissions in order to move things forward. I did want to inquire about a couple of details since I'm kind of in deep on this senior services roadmap. One is on the weekend and short notice transport. It does seem as though there's an immediate opportunity with the ride weekend extension. They are proposing that, and I know that there will be an opportunity to hear from RIDE, but that does seem to be an immediate opportunity. And then related to that is the use of Lyft and Uber. And you know, you think, okay, those ride shares are available, but a lot of our seniors are not technology enabled to use them, and the cost is prohibitive. And yet in some communities, we've seen that become a real option for older adults with subsidies from the healthcare providers to help get people to their appointments, and also the ability to train folks in using the app and make them comfortable using it by doing example rides with them. So some communities have taken that ride sharing a bit further, you know, than we have. So it's an opportunity. And then the second thing I wanted to raise is something that we've talked about before. It has been on and off of the plan, but I wanted to emphasize this came again through the Senior Services Committee, and that is the focus on older adults with disabilities. And we have an increasing number of folks who are in wheelchairs and need further opportunities for parking. And there's been a proposal put forth by one of our residents, Nick Struthers, who suffered a very severe injury mountain biking in the hills here a number of years ago. He's president of the Spinal Cord Injury Association of Northern California. He has an idea and a proposal, and I know that Bob Buxton, who served for many years on the commission and other commissions in town, has been an enthusiastic supporter of this. I know some work was done on it, and there was a survey done, but it was done during COVID when the parking situation is quite different than what it is now. And so in that area, again, this is a detail in the senior services collaboration, but it's one that I think we should continue to look at the opportunity to make it easier for folks in wheelchairs to use parking spaces and look at the location and size of those parking spaces. It is becoming more of an acute issue as our commerce and business has picked up after the pandemic. So those were a couple of points. The other one is more for staff, and that is, and I know the commission can't take on everything, and so I know that the area of summer rush hour school traffic has been referred to the Youth Commission, but I believe that the cut-through beach traffic probably is not appropriate for the Youth Commission, and so I would ask whether staff could work with the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission and try to recruit some residents who have experience with these traffic apps to develop a more robust response to this issue. It's not only an inconvenience, but it presents an essential safety threat, especially when hot weather coincides with gridlock, which coincides with fire danger and the possibility of people needing to evacuate. So I think we should try to continue. Maybe it's within the safety arena, but to try to call on other residents to help us make some progress on this, because it's a disaster waiting to happen. So those are some comments.
It looks like Commissioner Verga had an answer, so can we do that this way? I'm going to, because we're having a discussion with the commission, I'm going to allow.
Okay, so we're
commissioners-
reopening the public hearing.
Yeah, I'll reopen the public hearing and allow specific commissioners to answer questions if directed. Councilmember Hudes, you were asking a question, or would you like it responded?
Mostly that last question was for staff about the beach cut-through traffic, unless someone on the commission has, some further information on that. I didn't see it particularly on the work plan for the CSTC, so that's why I was asking that of staff.
And I will just note, if this is going to turn into a discussion amongst members of the CSTC, we should notice it as a CSTC meeting pursuant to the Brown Act.
Okay.
So my recommendation would be to direct the questions to staff at this point.
Okay. Director Burnham. So yeah, I guess we won't be able to, this won't be a discussion with the commission like we've done before, but okay. Director Burnham, do you have any responses to that?
I'm noted.
Or just note it?
For
Okay.
sure. Yeah, it's a valid suggestion. I can definitely take a look at it. Thank you.
Is that anything further?
No, that's great.
Okay. And then I would like to thank the commission for your work. I mean, across a variety of transportation issues, and, continuing with some of the priorities you've had, and then taking on, the portion of the senior services roadmap that appeared quite readily adoptable in transportation. And so, I think in this commission, there are people with a variety of passions that all go toward mobility and public transportation. Looking at the senior transportation issues, I think having the clinics, having the outreach. I believe there are periodically like senior service fairs, and it would be great to have Complete Streets and Transportation there to talk about the RIDE program, to talk about how to use public transportation, showing people how to get a Clipper card online right there. Looking at the beach traffic and the high school traffic, I think those got bundled together in an item. It makes sense to refer the high school traffic to the Youth Commission, because it's really hard for some of us adults to convince kids to ride their bikes. We need their peers to give those reasons and figure out what it takes to encourage them. That looks like that's an education portion that can be kind of tricky. Let's see, there were quite a few things on here that already got covered. I would say with the RIDE program, what's interesting to me is that got rolled out and introduced while I was on the Transportation and Parking Commission. So it's exciting that that has continued to grow. There's more volunteers, and if that gets extended toward weekends, that can really meet the needs of a lot of people. So just kind of continuing to follow that and message it. I don't know what the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission can do in terms of outreach, because there is not social media for this group. So I don't know, I don't know, Director Burnham, what your ideas are, if they can provide social media messaging that would go out through the town website, or Parks and Public Works also does messaging. I don't know how full that is, but it would be great to get that out there. In terms of the beach traffic, I think it's probably a good idea to do an update on, I know there's information pages that talk about what was tried, what worked, what doesn't. It would be worthwhile to look through that, make sure that looks as comprehensive. If there's other ideas that came up that haven't been tried, or, take a look at that and see what else we can look at, because it is frustrating when the town feels gridlocked and we feel like, well, we can't get the apps to stop sending people certain places. I do know, and this preceded your arrival here, Director Burnham, there was, right at the start of the pandemic, so we didn't get to test it out until this last year or so, right turn prohibitions from all of the Almond Grove onto Main Street. And as somebody who lives in those neighborhoods, it absolutely works, because during certain hours on Saturday, there is no cut-through traffic. And as soon as that prohibition ends on a hot Saturday, or if we get a jam up on 17 on a Sunday, the streets in the Almond Grove are jammed up. So I don't know how much latitude there is to prohibiting turns on other days of the week, because that will really cause a problem for our residents. We can't make rules that everybody doesn't have to follow. But that kind of is an inkling to, okay, if something's deeply embedded in an app, it doesn't send traffic there. So we have just sort of a tickle of, are there possibilities? So I think that would be helpful to follow up with. Let's see. In terms of the traffic safety, the roadway safety, I think we all know the biggest issue is driver behavior, and the hardest thing to change is human behavior. And I think at least one of the commissioners pointed out that you can change roadway design, you can do other things. It's very expensive, it takes time. What are the shortcuts? And I think one of the best things the commission can do is help educate the community to, you may not think Winchester is the most attractive road in town, because that was step one, and step two will look a lot more beautiful, but that costs an order of magnitude more. But in the meantime, we have pedestrian and bike safety. We have access along the side with the protected bike lanes, and we have calmer traffic. And so I think in addition to messaging about the bike and ped plan, would be messaging what the goal is, how do you accomplish it, and what actually is being achieved. Because I know from being on this commission that all of these things are rolled out with data. There are bike and ped counts done beforehand. There's, traffic speeds checked. But I think the public doesn't always understand how these projects roll out, what the advantages are, what the reasons are, and what the trade-offs are. So I think the main message is all the work you're talking about doing is incredible, and the hard part is how to communicate it. But I think if you have access to social media and some postings and being at events like you have at Spring into Green, and maybe a periodic farmers market or something. But I think that's the best way to reach our community, is getting that message out. So I didn't have anything to add. I think this looks really comprehensive, and I want to thank you. I don't know if we have additions from any other council members. I guess because we can't talk to the commissioners, I'll ask the director, does this sound like the kind of feedback that your commission was anticipating or can use?
I think so. I don't know that we knew quite what to expect, but I think it was helpful. It was a good conversation. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I will thank the commissioners and thank Director Burnham for this item. And we will close item 12 and move to item 13, receive the report and provide direction on potential changes on the town's transportation impact fee.
Okay, the real fun is going to begin now. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. While the presentation is getting pulled up, I can do a few introductions. So I'm Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. In the chamber with me here is Gary Heap, our town engineer. Online, hopefully as panelists, I have Erin Vaca from DKS Associates and Bob Spencer from Urban Economics. They are part of our consultant team that's helping us conduct the technical analysis required to support this work. Also online, I have Mike Vroman, Senior Traffic Engineer, and Tracy Wang, Transportation and Mobility Manager. We have a full contingent here to support this discussion about the Transportation Impact Fee Program and potential updates that are being considered. I will just, a word of caution, we released this presentation earlier today because it's a lot. There's a lot of information here, and there's going to be a lot of things that I throw at you. And this presentation is also going to be a little more lengthy than what I normally would do for council, just because of the complexity of the topic. So let's dive in. So I'm going to go through a little bit of background. We're going to talk about a project list and projected development. So items 2 and 3 are really the crux of how you calculate an impact fee. We'll go through the fee calculation, and then we will open it up for discussion and feedback. So to start with, a bit of background just on traffic impact fees. So these are all rooted in Assembly Bill 1600, which was promulgated in 1987 and allowed jurisdictions to adopt impact fees to offset the cost of new infrastructure that might be required to support development. These fees can be related to traffic, to parks, other amenities like sewer and fire stations. The town of Los Gatos adopted traffic in 1991, and that's been continued to be updated since then. In 2020, the town amended its traffic impact policy to incorporate vehicle miles traveled, which you're going to hear more about this evening, and also directed staff to update the traffic impact fee to incorporate use of the VMT fee. So the implementation of a VMT-related fee is important for new developments to meet their VMT mitigation requirements under CEQA. So without this proposed fee, each development would be required to provide on-site specific or site-specific mitigation strategies, which may result in more project-specific environmental impact reports to be required during the development process. That said, the VMT fee won't fully mitigate impacts of any specific development. So each development will still need to do some improvements on site, like limiting parking or implementing some of the travel demand management measures that we just heard about in the last item. And lastly, in the course of all of this, as we've been updating the fee, of course, the state promulgated another requirement, AB 602, which actually changed slightly the standards and requirements for impact fees. So with this update, we will be making ourselves compliant with that, with AB 602 as well. So the next slide. So our current staff work is really rooted in the 3 goals that are on the left, which is to update the fees to reflect the current project needs and development impacts, consider implementation of the VMT fee, and then comply with current California codes. And as we dive in, I wanted to just clarify some of the language that we'll be using. So in the past, we've referred to our traffic impact fee program with the acronym TIF, T-I-F. With this proposed update, we're making some changes to the nomenclature. The overall program of impact fees is called the TIP, Transportation Impact Program. So we are here holistically tonight talking about the Traffic Impact Program. And within that program, there are 2 fee components. One is the Transportation Improvement Fee, which is projects which would be used to address projects that might expand or improve infrastructure, like traffic signal upgrades or roadway improvements. And then a VMT reduction fee that would be used to decrease demand for driving through enhanced bicycle and pedestrian facilities, shuttle services, or the like. So with that, we can go to the next slide where we're going to start talking about the project list. So this is where I'm going to in the next couple of slides, I'm highlighting some of the basic concepts of how an impact fee is calculated. This is definitely not a detailed walkthrough. There are a number of other underlying calculations, but we're trying to kind of get you at the high level to help you understand how we did what we did here and how we got to the fees that we've gotten to. So at its highest level, any impact fee has two basic inputs. This is at a very basic high level. It's the cost of the improvements that are needed, that you want to implement with the fee you're implementing, and then the future land use and ratepayers that will pay into the fee. So those are the two basic elements that we're going to talk about. And this slide really is talking about step one, which is the cost of the projects, the infrastructure projects that would need to be implemented or that we would want to implement with this fee. We developed this list using existing planning documents, like we just talked about in the previous item, like the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, the Local Road Safety Plan, our general plan. And we have a detailed list that's in attachment 2 of the memo. And we boiled it down into this summary that's shown here on this slide. And I think what you see reflected here is that this town has adopted a pretty ambitious program for transportation-related improvements. The total project list came out to $191 million of improvements that we as a town have decided to tackle and move forward. We have split that fee, and you can see in the two columns in the middle into split that total cost into transportation improvement project-related costs and VMT project-related costs, so we can support the two different fee programs. In looking at that project list, we made some assumptions about how much we could get for external funding, meaning potentially grants or other funding sources that might be available. And I'll also say that in that $191 million, the biggest project, hands down, is a Highway 17 Route 9 congestion management project. So that is $111 million of that $191 million. So that's a big chunk of the money. So in the second row, the lighter blue row, we're making assumptions about where we think we can get money for projects like that from other sources. So you see we took a pretty big chunk off of it. And then the bottom row, shown in bold, is the unfunded allocations that we think the town would need to fund. So that is the dollar value that we're looking at as we think about implementing an impact fee. The next slide. So the second part of at the high level, that fee calculation that I mentioned earlier, is about how much development might we have in town that would pay into the fee, the cost of those projects. So the process for doing this is where the formulas start to get more complicated, but essentially this is about determining how much growth will occur in town. This is based on the town's general plan for various land uses. So the team identified the land uses as they've been documented in the general plan, and then determine a travel demand. So how much traffic would each of those land uses generate using industry standards from the Institute of Traffic Engineers. And then those are converted to dwelling unit equivalents. It's just a way of normalizing each land use so that you can relate them to each other. And you'll see that abbreviation DUE, dwelling unit equivalents, throughout the staff memo as well as in the presentation. The square footage for single family residential is set as the DUE of 1, the dwelling unit equivalent rate of 1, and then the other land uses go up and down from there depending on how much traffic they might generate. For example, retail generates more traffic, so you see it with a higher DUE. These DUE rates are then multiplied by the amount of the projected land use to get a net number of dwelling unit equivalents in the town, which is 2021. So a couple of notes about this. So that number 2021, it doesn't relate to anything in the general plan. Don't try to tie it back to a housing unit equivalent or number of single family residents. It's normalized and run through a process which the consultants can tell you more about later if you really want to do a deep dive. But the important part is it doesn't equate to anything in the general plan, so don't try to make that connection. I did also want to make clear that the staff did use the general plan when we were evaluating land use rates for these calculations. This project had started before the suspension of the land use element occurred. So we're already working on these calculations, and we did stop and say, what do we do? Should we go back and use the 2020 land use element for this, or should we continue to use the 2040? Ultimately, we chose to continue moving forward with the 2040 land use element in calculating these rates. If we were to revert to the 2020 plan, because the proposed development rates are lower, that number 2021 would also be lower, which would increase the fee. So the more conservative approach in terms of trying to manage how high the fee gets was to continue with 2040. So I wanted to make that clear. The other thing I want to make clear about these calculations is that per our traffic impact policy, accessory dwelling units are exempt from paying impact fees. So there are 500 new accessory dwelling units kind of assumed that would be coming forward as part of the general plan, but we have accounted for them as 0 in the calculations. So if they were not exempt, the number of dwelling unit equivalents would actually be higher and the resulting fee would be slightly lower. But I do also want to say that by state law, ADUs of less than 750 square feet are exempt from impact fees. So even if we wanted to add ADUs, we can't charge impact fees on 750 square feet or less. Units larger than 750 square feet would pay into the program, but this would require us to change the town policy. So the next slide, we start to kind of really drive down into the fee calculation. So most of these numbers you're going to have seen before on prior slides. So the unfunded cost allocation we talked about earlier, for the transportation improvements fee as well as the VMT fee. The second row, the lighter blue, is the balance in the existing mitigation fee fund. So we subtract that from the project demand because it's money we already have in hand that should be dedicated to delivering the projects on the project list. So that leaves us with a net of unfunded costs that are used in the calculation that then get divided by that 2021 dwelling unit equivalents that we talked about earlier. Gets us to a cost per dwelling unit equivalent shown in bold at the bottom. And so I realize that's a lot of numbers that don't necessarily have strong meaning. So we wanted to put some meaning to it. So if we go to the next slide. You can see we tried to give you some examples of how this fee would apply and what it would look like for certain development types. So we have type of development in the left, dwelling unit equivalent rates, and then I am into a different slide. Sorry, I skipped this slide. So this just shows you how if we combine the fee and apply the dwelling unit equivalent rates, we get to the total maximum fee per unit. And to be clear, we're talking about maximum fees here tonight, and we're going to talk at the end of the presentation about what council has the latitude to do when setting these fees. So we can go to the next slide, which is really where you'll start to see how they're calculated or what they mean. So on the left are different project types, and then we calculated what the traffic impact fee would be under the existing program and what it would be under this proposed program as it's being presented tonight. So I mentioned earlier that accessory dwelling units are currently exempt, so they pay 0 now, they would in the future. The next row is for a hypothetical single-family residence. Under our existing fee program, developments of any kind pay a fee of $1,015 per net daily trip. So on a single family house, that's about 9.4 net trips per day. So their fee ends up about $9,000. In the proposed fee, you can see with our proposed program that would be significantly higher, up at $36,000 for a single family residential house. Multifamily, you see a similar circumstance with an increase in fee. And then we showed 2 commercial developments. One is a redevelopment that's currently pending. And then one is the Whole Foods that was recently approved. And you start to see that in these retail and commercial developments, the fee under the new calculation category drops pretty substantially. So we can go to the next slide. So we did bring forward some discussion items for you. We mentioned them in the memo. We'd like to have a conversation about what the new rate should be What do we have the appetite for as a town? It doesn't need to be fully decided tonight, but we're looking for feedback. We definitely will be coming back to you at least once with the fee adoption, and possibly for another session like this. Another thing we wanted to consider is credit programs or exemptions. I mentioned the ADUs, whether they should continue to be fully exempt. Do we want to look at charging fee for some of them? Also deed restricted affordable, to try to, one of the ways to use credits and exemptions is to promote the kind of development that we as a community want to support. So those are some things to consider. And then also tonight is really our first dipping our toe in the water of outreach. We will need to do additional outreach. We recognize that. We want to spend some time with this with the regulated community. So we're looking for feedback from you on what you might like to see and some ideas on how we might do that. And then I'll kick off the discussion with the last slide, which kind of summarizes some of the options around how you may or may not think about what the fee could be. So recall that I noted the fees we're showing you tonight in these slides are the maximum fee. You cannot go higher than that, but you can kind of set anything lower that you'd like. You can adopt fees up to any level. You can adopt different levels. You could say we want 100% of commercial retail and we want residential to pay 75% or 50%. You could lower the VMT fee and keep the transportation improvement fee, or vice versa. So there's a lot of options here to be considered. And there's advantages and disadvantages to all of them. And so with that, I will close the presentation and happily take your comments.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brenny.
So I guess I'm trying to understand if this is really a proper valid nexus study. How do I know that? And the thing that bothers me the most in trying to buy into that is our detailed project list. It seems a little bit, that's the input to the whole thing, and it's a little bit subjective on what we might put there, or it seems like it's subjective to me. For example, if we had decided we weren't going to do the 17-quarter congestion relief, that knocks a quarter off of the unfunded, and the numbers all are going to change by a lot. The other part of it is we're looking at, here's the problems we're trying to solve now with what we've already got, but we're applying it to new development which may create problems somewhere else. So so for example, we're talking about Shannon Road widening and safety improvements, but what if all the development is on Los Gatos Boulevard, for example? Nobody's going to take Shannon Road, so why should they be paying for improving Shannon Road? So you see that where I'm really trying to, everything starts with, is it garbage in? If you get garbage out. So I'm trying to start at the beginning and understand, is this appropriate?
Yeah, and that's a great place to start. And I'm actually going to call on Aaron Vaca to jump in and help with that. I think we struggled, I will tell you, with the project list. And I think the first one that I brought forward to the town manager in November was significantly larger and significantly more complicated. And we really had to pare down to sort of really think about, like, what really are we hearing are the town priorities, and what really do we think is reasonable. It didn't seem reasonable to us as staff to remove the Highway 17 Route 9 interchange from the project list. But I'm going to let Aaron also chime in.
Sure. Can you hear me all right? I'll just go ahead then. Yeah, the project list is not an arbitrary construction. So all the projects have been drawn from, adopted planning documents such as the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, or, kind of ongoing commitments of the town to certain projects. So in addition, there are separate nexus made for the transportation improvements fee and the VMT mitigation fee between new developments and the need for the projects that go into the fee. So that has to be done by law for the mitigation fee to meet the statutory requirements. In the case of the transportation improvements fee, it's based on the historical level of investment that has been made in the town-wide circulation infrastructure. So that will set the ceiling for the maximum justifiable fee. And then as long as the proposed projects to be funded by the fee are expanding the town-wide circulation network and the cost per new unit of development does not exceed the historical rate of investment, that is allowable. In the case of the VMT fee, it's tied to the town's VMT per service population that was analyzed as part of the general plan process. And we've made sure that the documented VMT mitigation that's associated with a specific project on the list will not exceed the excess VMT generated by new development. So we specifically try to avoid mitigating existing transportation, excess VMT that is caused by existing development. There's probably a lot more detail that I could go into, but I hope that starts to answer your question. If you have more specific questions, I can follow up with that.
I think it does start to answer the question. It makes me look at the list, and I think maybe all the items on this list are things that are kind of all over town, so that a new development most likely would have people driving on 17. Bicycle pedestrian improvements are listed for all over the town, and down the list. So maybe that helps me understand better. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thanks. I wanted to start with some of the assumptions behind the detailed project list. And I appreciate having the list now. It helps to understand a little bit more. But, Ms. Burnham, I know you addressed the decision to use the 2040 general plan for the analysis, but I guess I would start off with a question about that. Was the total possible development used, or the probable development, which in my estimation was never supported with any evidence on how those probable numbers were arrived at?
I'm going to ask Aaron to chime in on that. Could you hear that question, Aaron?
Yes. My understanding is that the level of, we did meet with the planning department on this a number of times. The level of residential development specifically was in line with what would be expected for the town's housing element, in addition to being consistent with the general plan. And that's why we chose to continue with the general plan numbers, because we felt they would be valid or realistic as an estimate of the number of housing units that the town would actually be required to provide. And then the non-residential, I believe it was more of a build-out estimate, but that is a relatively less important component of the total growth. So in total, this could be a reasonable estimate of what we would expect to actually be built within the planning horizon.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes, continue.
Yeah, so just as a follow-up to that, the rescinded plan called for upzoning across the entire town. And the housing element was quite specific to produce a small number of units, or a particular number of units that were required by the state over an 8-year period. However, the rescinded general plan went way beyond that in terms of what was allowed in development. And so I really am struggling to understand how the rescinded general plan, with what was permitted or possible, would result in only this set of projects. The number of possible residents, the number of possible units was, somewhere around 3 to 5 times the number of what was eventually settled on in the housing element. And so I really wanted to understand how the rescinded general plan relates to this project list, considering that general plan called for upzoning the entire town.
I'll start with that, and then I'll let Aaron chime in. So just to be clear, that project list has nothing to do with the general plan. So it's more about, well, I shouldn't say it. It has more to do with the mobility element, because some projects, were dictated in there or recommended in there. The project list is really generated from the bike ped master plan, the local road safety plan, other planning documents. What we relied on the general plan for was the future development that got us to the 2021 dwelling unit equivalents. And I know that Aaron has this amazing spreadsheet that actually has the number of, do you want to just say the number of multifamily and single family residences that were embedded into the calculation? That might help.
Sure. And at some point, you'll all have the chance to review the Nexus report, which will have endless details in the tables. But the numbers we assumed in the calculation were 113 gross single-family units and 2,072 multifamily units. And we did reduce those by 500 to account for the anticipated number of accessory dwelling units. So that left us at about 1,500 multifamily units assumed that would be paying the fee.
Okay, I think that answers the question that I had. It doesn't help at all with my concerns, but it answers the question.
Okay. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll add a few comments, then one question. So I think that at a conceptual level, this is great, right? We're trying to do something good for the environment and also to generate some revenue for some great new projects. I think that's all good, and I like that at a conceptual level. However, when we start breaking down what this actually ends up looking like, I think this is going to present a huge constraint on new development. The page 14 of the presentation. So we already have one of the very highest fees for multifamily residential. This would kick us up to almost double anything else. Only Palo Alto gets anywhere close, but to $14,000, which is, we have this housing element that we've all been working really hard on, and I think that we all care about, and I'm someone that cares a lot about making sure that we're creating housing for the people that we want to live and work in our community, which is good for reducing vehicle miles traveled too. And if I'm a developer and I see this sheet, I'm going to cross Los Gatos off my list because I see this huge extra fee. If I did some back of the envelope calculations, and at the number that we were using to calculate what the average multifamily is at, like 900 square feet, that would a standard 50 unit development, which would probably have larger rooms than 900 square feet, that would be almost $250,000 just in this fee. So that's a real concern to me, is just the constraint that this would present to the development of new housing. So that's one thing I'm really concerned about. I think that a significant credit or exemption for affordable housing, no matter what we should be doing, and would help alleviate my concerns a little bit. But in order to accommodate our housing element and the many housing units that we have to build, regardless of where we kind of land on that, even if we want to get to half of what our housing element has in our sites inventory, we have to build a lot of housing, and I think that this would be a big constraint. So I guess I have two questions. One is that could this actually be identified as a constraint through our housing element process? And that's probably a question for Director Paulson. And then my other question is, and this is just understanding for me, why does the retail and the office retail, why does that get less expensive under the new fee?
Let's let Director Paulson answer the first question, and then Aaron can help with the second one.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So at this point, since these fees have not been adopted, and as Director Burnham mentioned, there's still quite a ways to go before these get adopted, our analysis looks at what our fees are currently. That doesn't mean that in the future it wouldn't be a constraint if, again, they were adopted at the maximum level, but that's something that we would have to address at that time. But I'm not sure, I can't recall what the future timeline is for completing this study, doing the outreach, and then coming back for a final determination by the town council.
And then there was one more question.
Yeah, about why the retail is getting so much cheaper. Yeah.
Yes. So the reason for that is it's kind of baked into that equivalent dwelling unit calculation that Nicole was explaining. In our methodology, we adjusted the dwelling unit rate not only by pass-by rate, which accounts for things like retail uses tend to be pass-by trips versus totally new trips, and we adjusted it for average trip length from kind of standard published sources. So what often happens, many jurisdictions find that the retail rates that get calculated using standard methodologies tend to be, prohibitively high, just because the trip ends, if you think about something like a grocery store or other typical retail commercial uses, are quite high. So typically we try to adjust for that. And I think the town's existing fee structure, the Nexus study, did not make that adjustment. And so you had already relatively high fee burden for retail uses. It would be possible, of course, to remove that adjustment and shift more of the burden onto commercial and retail development, but that's a bit of a policy decision for the council, as well as potentially adopting differential, adopting the recommended or calculated rates at differential rates for retail versus or residential versus non-residential.
Okay, Councilmember Moore, I'll let you oh, wait. Yes, go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up, yeah. Okay, so thank you for that. That's helpful. That's definitely something I'd be interested in seeing, is kind of how we could potentially adjust those, because I think that, we're going to be creating constraints on anyone we charge more money to, right? But I really do think that multifamily and so the one last follow-up question was is the dwelling unit equivalent standard among other, like this other list of municipalities?
I'll see if Aaron knows the answer to that. I will say I was working on a fee study in my prior jurisdiction, and yeah, it was the same kind of normalization to single family, but Aaron?
Yes, it's a pretty commonly used methodology just to facilitate the calculation of the basic fee rates. And there are, slight variations depending on, many of them rely on trip generation rates published by Institute of Transportation Engineers. And there are different versions of those that are published or updates. There are also assumptions made in terms of pass-by rates and average trip lengths for different types of land uses that can make that affect the calculation of these dwelling unit equivalent rates. But basically, it comes down to how do you scale the fee across different land uses based upon their relative impact or transportation demand.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I'll just reiterate that I think seeing an adjustment of that is something I'd be really interested in, especially because in my head, multifamily residential is, if you do it right, theoretically can really reduce VMT, I think, more than some of these other uses. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. And I agree with Member Moore's concern, and there seems to be an implicit policy within this to favor commercial development over housing, when in fact I don't believe that that's the direction of any version of our general plan and any version of what is important. And I go back to the point number one, which is made where allowable charges developed through the study must show, and number one is a reasonable relationship between new development and the need for public facilities. And this recommendation at a complete reversal of what the new development is that we seem to be trying to achieve. So I guess a question related to that is there something in state law and mandates that's pushing us to this? You know, at the same time the state is pushing all this housing development on us, but is there something else going on here where the state is pushing a solution that favors commercial development over housing?
No, there's no state law that's making that preference, and so it's a policy decision for the council to make.
I will say that the state requirement to calculate the residential fee on square footage, this is the ancillary effect of that. I think that was intended because it would help lower fees for high density, high rise developments that are, micro unit, 400, 600, 800 square feet that cities are trying to build. And so when you start, when you go to square footage for those, it presumably would be lower. But when you start looking at the kind of residential development that we have in Los Gatos, it clearly has the reverse effect.
So I had a question related to that, and I'm looking at Table 5, which is the conversion to square foot fee for residential. And I had a couple questions about that. One is the average unit size that's being used here, 1,671 for single family and 884 for multifamily. I'm curious where those numbers came from. I've not even seen an application for anything that small, and so I'm wondering how that came to be the average.
I'm going to look to Erin to support that.
Yes, so we looked at since the Census American Housing Survey data for the local region to determine what those averages would be for detached units, and then there is data available on the housing units by structure type. So that's basically where the averages for the single family and the multifamily came from.
So I would just add that I think in Los Gatos, historical numbers are very, very different than what's being used in the report. It might be important to use numbers from Los Gatos. Something related to that is the maximum fee calculation. I know we're supposed to focus on that, and I'm looking at Table 4, and it talks about maximum, but then it says that we're using the average square footage in calculating some of the maximums in that in another table. And it seems as though we're not getting the maximum correct. I know you can't go to one, house that's an outlier, but could we have used like the 90th percentile rather than the 50th percentile for calculating the maximum?
The way the fee calculation works is we calculate the fee per dwelling unit, and then we take the average size of a dwelling unit for Los Gatos to calculate the fee per square foot, and then that would get applied to structures of different sizes. So if there is better data available, if we think this, roughly 1,700 square feet is not accurate, we can certainly adjust that and look at the fee per square foot. So all the state law requires is that there is some reasonable variation by unit size when assessing the residential fees.
Making a little bit different point on that, and that's where the maximum's being discussed. And yet in the explanation, it says that average is being used. On table 4, below, it says that the conversion to square footage is based on the average square footage of the housing type. And so I'm questioning whether we're really looking at maximum in that table if in fact we're using average for that calculation.
I see what you're saying. The point made, and I think what I'm hearing as a larger point is we should reevaluate the unit size fundamentally that we're using to underlie the calculation, and we can definitely do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
So I also had the same concern that was asked about shifting the burden from the retail and other commercial to housing, and the answer we got on why that happened didn't sink in. It seems to me, we have something that must have been generated based on a previous Nexus study for total projects needed in the town, so that the ratio between housing and retail and office shouldn't really have changed, but it is changing because we're seeing the burden move. So then I'm thinking, well, maybe the DUE rate was different last time we did a Nexus study to set up our current rates. Can you help me more understand why that happened? And you said something about there's a policy change we could adjust, and I didn't quite get that either.
Yes, I don't have the previous Nexus study open in front of me, but that is likely the explanation for the relative distribution of fee rates between residential and non-residential. And again, I believe the reason why is we have used trip length adjusted DUE rates to reflect the fact that trips to commercial and retail establishments are typically shorter than home-based trips, which would involve things like a commute to work. So my guess, and I would have to go back to the previous Nexus study to confirm this, is that a similar adjustment was not made previously. And again, many jurisdictions find that the retail rates become prohibitively high. So, again, we can look at removing that adjustment and leave only the pass-by rate adjustment in calculating DUE rates. And that would shift more of the fee burden towards non-residential development versus residential.
Okay, so I think that's making sense, and I recall, so I've been on the council for 8 years, and just before I got on the council, we, I think, changed our rates, and they were too high for, they were killing our commercial, and I recall they did something where justifying that, well, some of the trips are really pass-by, and I think that's what you're saying also, so there may be a more intelligent DUE rate being used now than was used in the past. I have a second question. This table isn't very granular, and I'm wondering if it can be more granular in terms of the rates for different uses. You have office, but can office be broken down in other buckets? And I'm specifically concerned about medical office because that generates a lot more trips that are more likely to not be pass-by trips. And so if we were going to allow another large medical office building to be built, I'd expect a lot more traffic and want to get a higher fee to help mitigate that. Can we break out office and do a higher rate for it, or are we stuck with kind of a one rate for all office?
No, and in the next report, we will be providing a method for calculating rates for specialized land uses that are thought to differ substantially from the generic, office, commercial, and industrial types. And that basically involves taking industry standard trip generation rates, and we can provide a table and a formula for plugging that in and calculating a specialized fee re-rate, which then gets applied to the basic fee rate per dwelling unit equivalent, and that can be used to calculate a more specific transportation fee for a particular project.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Councilmember Hughes.
One other question about the project list. In addition to understanding the list of projects, the other big variable is the grant funding for these projects, and so it would be really helpful to understand the probability of that was used in these grant funds, because the grants are such a large proportion of that number that it would be helpful to understand the probability of some of those grants as well as the raw number of them, if that's possible.
I can take that one. I think, yes, we can talk about that. I mean, some of them are known quantities. State road, the Highway 17 congestion management, we know what our cost share is. Shannon Road, we know, so some of them we already know pretty clearly. Some of them we have our eye on funding programs, but we can provide more detail on that in the next, as we move forward, for sure.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Badami.
I'll throw out some comments. Let's go with public comments.
Yeah, if we have any more questions, then we'll go to the public, and then I guess I'll make my comments afterward because a lot of the questions have been asked. I don't have any cards for this item. Let me check the attendees. Switching from the panelists, I don't see any hands up on Zoom. So I'll give people a second. There are people sitting in the room who have not submitted cards for this item. Oh, come on, you want to say something. All right. All right, so I have no hands on Zoom and no cards in the room, so I'll close public comment, and now we can go to comments. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I also am troubled by the shift from fees from commercial to housing. It just seems counterintuitive to our priorities to produce more housing, especially making it lucrative for developers to want to develop in Los Gatos. I also need a better understanding of this Nexus study. To me, the data is off, especially with the need to reevaluate the unit size. I would think the average size of a home in Los Gatos is probably closer to 2,500 square feet. So I think it's off quite a bit. What I can say with certain, that I like the idea of a credit program, and that would be for the deed-restricted affordable housing units for various income levels. I think that would be a good thing for a town. I just don't know where to go with these fees tonight. We have, 3 options, but we're just kind of all over the board with how to digest all this information that we're getting. So I'll wait to hear from my fellow council members with their further comments.
I'll make a couple comments. I think there were some good questions raised. As I read this, knowing that we are planning for at least another 2,000 housing units, and, so much of the work in the general plan went into how do we reduce vehicle miles traveled? How do we accommodate this much housing without adding automobile traffic? A lot of that has to do with getting these programs into place. So the general plan spelled it out. And as we discussed earlier, everything we do with concrete, every project we do, road changes, adding sidewalks, adding bike lanes, is very, very expensive. And so to make this program, to make our desire to add this housing without creating the traffic nightmare and knowing where we chose to put the housing so that people could walk or bike, we do need the infrastructure to make that possible. So, you know, I kind of go back and forth. It's like if nobody has to pay for it, then we don't get it. Then we don't deliver on the way we wanted to make walkable neighborhoods. That said, I think there was a lot of discussion of what goes into the numerator and the denominator, and, you know, that really can have a big swing. I think regardless of which general plan was used, I think, you know, thinking about the housing units that we need for the housing element, we do want to look at about that many housing units. So I think that's good. I think in terms of looking at the square footage per house, I think the average, you know, based on all of our gut feelings and knowing the housing around us, that number is low. Now, if we do increase the average size of a house going into the calculation, that means we bring down the cost per square foot, which means we bring down how much we have to spend on these projects. But we certainly don't want to set up barriers that make residential development impossible or cause problems there. So, and I don't want to crush residential. I mean, I think Councilmember Rennie was referring to the traffic impact fee was increased probably early on in his first term, and it hadn't been raised since the 1990s. And the outcome of that was a change of use, I think, where somebody went from maybe a retail shop to a restaurant. The cost, you know, the added car trips made it astronomically expensive for someone to open a restaurant where there was retail, that change in car trips. And I think, not that that was wrong or right, but that demonstrated to us that sometimes increasing fees all of a sudden makes something impossible, and then the council's asked to start making exceptions, and we don't want to be doing that. But I think this is a great start. I think I think the selection of projects is what we need to reduce our vehicle miles traveled, and we need somebody to pay for this. So we have to figure out how we make that balance between retail and housing. I'm definitely interested in looking at exemptions for affordable housing. So, you know, if a project has 20% affordable housing, their fee would be reduced by 20% or something like that. I think we want to look along those lines. I do have one question. I forgot to ask this at the beginning, and that is, right now when a project comes in, if there are bike and ped improvements or some other expected improvements along the frontage of that project, as part of that project, they're required to make those improvements. Does that continue with this program, or is it these improvements are going to cost $3 million, your fees are 3.2, you only have to pay us $200,000? How is that expected to work?
I would say that would continue, because those are ad hoc exactions that get imposed on each development as it comes in. And so the town retains its ability to impose ad hoc exactions in addition to this legislative act, which would be adopting a fee that applies citywide.
Okay, perfect. Because what I was thinking about is if we reduce the fee too much and all of a sudden a development is proposed and a lower fee doesn't cover the improvements we need at that intersection. So you can still do those ad hoc exactions?
The only thing to guard against is to make sure that the ad hoc exactions are not included in the list of capital projects, because the town can't double dip.
Got it. And it doesn't sound like I'll defer to the director to let me know how much is not on that list.
Well, and I was just going to say that if the project is, if there is a project on the list that's on their frontage, then I think it becomes a discussion that we have during the development process of whether they make the improvements for credit, or if they pay the fee and we make the improvement.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
I just had, one other comment, and I don't know where we're going with this, whether there are going to be motions or things like that. But in order for me to get my arms around any proposed changes and the new mechanisms that are being proposed, I think it would be important to have a revenue neutral option that doesn't significantly change the fees charged for commercial and housing development as a starting point. We can then, go from there in terms of credits, or those would probably need to be offset by changes in other areas so that we can afford to do what we're hoping to do. But it would seem to me to have a revenue neutral option rather than the three that have been proposed would be a good starting point.
If I could ask a quick question, if it were revenue neutral, does that mean we would not cover the projects that are being proposed?
No, I mean on a revenue neutral in terms of any new projects would generate about the same revenue that they are under our current scheme, and the mix of fees coming from commercial and residential would be about what our current scheme covers, and then to make adjustments from there.
Okay. Councilmember Moore, and I do have a question for staff. You're taking notes, you're getting direction from us. Are you going to need a motion? Because we all have a variety of inputs, so it doesn't sound like you need an motion, you just need feedback from each of us?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I had the same question. So yeah, I just want to reiterate. I think that this, could be heard as really, this conversation could be really heard as negative against this, and I don't want that. That's not my feeling. I just think that the numbers are really high, and that the idea is good, but that I think there's maybe, I think Councilmember Hudis's suggestion of revenue neutral to start is a good suggestion. I think you could also, looking at some of these, I think. Potentially, and maybe this goes beyond the scope of this VMT discussion, but reweighting the VMT versus TIF. I also think there's maybe a discussion to be had about looking at this project list, because and this is just my opinion, and so, take that for what it's worth. But for me, the State Route 17 corridor congestion relief project is not at the top of my project list that I'm super excited about trying to, that would take so much staff time, council going out and trying to find, all of these things. It's not at the very top of my list, and it's $110 million. And especially, maybe that needs to be revisited, but when I've looked at that before, I sort of doubt that that's going to make huge strides in reducing congestion on Highway 17. Again, just my personal view. But I don't think there's pieces of that I like, but a big piece of it is widening Highway 17, and widening highways does not work. That's at least in what I've seen. And so, again, I think there's some consensus here around the housing, needing to be reweighted, also around reducing the fee or eliminating the fee for affordable housing. But yeah, I guess that's all for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So my thoughts are, again, similar. I worry about us being so much higher than anywhere else, and I wonder, well, have they done a nexus study lately, or again, is there something we did that's different than theirs, or did they just decide they didn't want to be anywhere near the maximum they could do? I don't know what it is, but it seems odd to me that we're so much higher. There's this discussion of going back and recalculating the square feet, and that would change that number, which sounds like a good idea. When I do look at it, though, I think I'm reasonably okay with the number being higher on single family. For example, your whatever page it was on, you're talking about $36,000 for a proposed fee on a 3,000 square foot house, In the cheaper part of Los Gatos, that's going to sell for $1,000 a square foot. So you got a $3 million house that's got a $36,000 fee. I don't think that's completely unreasonable. Glenridge neighborhood's going to be at least $1,500 a square foot. So now you got a $4.5 million house for $36,000. So that doesn't seem unreasonable. And what we're really trying to get to is housing units that are affordable to our average workers or teachers or even our police who are now driving from Idaho and faraway places, for example. So I would want to see us get to, for the multifamily numbers, much smaller than 14. That just seems outrageous in the comparison table of 14,000 with Gilroy's got 10,000, pretty high, but nobody else is even close. Menlo Park at 6,000. So I would want to see something come back smaller than that. Then the other comment I was thought on credits or exemptions for deed restricted. I definitely don't think we want them to pay full value. I'm unsure if we want it to be zero. Just when I'm keeping in mind, the finances of the town and us being able to provide services to these lower income people that we're inviting in, we want to make sure we can provide them services. I wondered if staff, maybe next time you bring this back, could bring a calculation of how many dollars that is. You've got an assumption on how many units are going to be built. I would prefer that you went realistic on it, which is 20% of units built are going to be affordable. The housing element's not realistic. You're not going to see 50% of housing units affordable. And so that would help me understand, of the dollars, the 42 million we're trying to get, how much are we actually losing if we go zero, if we go a quarter, something like that. What is that total dollar number? So we can think about, do we really want it to be a zero fee or should it be some other fee? And, I'm completely for more affordable housing, deed restricted housing, but I'm also cognizant that that housing, when it's sold, is going to have tax rates that are much lower than a regular house, and we're going to be subsidizing that house forevermore because its tax rate won't be a break even for the services we provide in town. So we'll be subsidizing it on the front end if we have no fee, and then we'll be subsidizing it forevermore from a property tax also. We want to do some of that. I just want us to also be cognizant of what we're doing.
Thank you. I wanted to make a comment. First of all, thank you for the presentation and walking us through how the data was collected, what factors went into coming up with these numbers. It was extraordinarily helpful. And I think as we went through this, we realized that there have to be assumptions, and depending on how those assumptions swing, this fee is going to change a lot. And so I think it was good to get this and for council members to be able to give their input on how we feel about certain parts of that and where we come back. I have one question, if it's not a lot of work. Do we have any idea, at least when it comes back, of the other municipalities, have any of them updated their fees recently? And are any of them intending to update their fees? So do we know how current this list is?
Yeah, we were just talking about this yesterday. Every municipality is doing what we're doing, so that they're, every year in their fees and charges program, they're escalating their fees slightly, but I don't know that we have a handle on exactly which ones have done recent Nexus studies. We do know, I think it was Gilroy is just getting ready to implement a Nexus study as well. But we can definitely look into that and see, because I do think the new calculations and the way the state is kind of asking us to calculate and the way the industry's moving, I think a lot of municipalities might see their fees get a lot of movement.
That's what I was wondering. I mean, if this is a new state law and we're doing this work, comparing our new rate to our old our new fees to our old fees to everyone else's fees, that might not stand up, because everyone else's fees may change along the way as well. And I don't necessarily feel like we have to know what theirs are first, but we definitely don't want to be such an outlier right now, as reiterated by other members of the council, that we're causing developers to say we can't build here, right? Councilmember Moore.
I just wanted to add one last plus one on what Councilmember Rennie said. I forgot to mention this on the single family. I'm also okay with what Councilmember Rennie was talking about, with that being proportionally higher and staying closer to maybe this rate or something, but focusing on the multifamily coming down.
Yep, I think you have consensus. Okay, I don't see any other comments. It sounds like you've got a lot of information and a lot of feedback. Excellent presentation, and we'll look forward to what changes you can incorporate and what more you can bring to us. Thank you. All right, I'll close this item, and then it's 9:45, so why don't we take a 10-minute, is 10 minutes enough for my fellow council members? Okay, we'll be back at 9:55. I'll give everybody a minute to get resettled. We have the Longevity Club here. We still have a few people in chambers. Okay, KCAT's got me. All right, I call the meeting back to order. And I just want to make a quick announcement before we launch into item 14, and that is one of our items on the consent calendar, item 10, I earlier said would be heard last. But given that due to my proximity to the property under discussion on item 15, I'll be recused and Vice Mayor will be ending the meeting. We'll hear item 10 after 14, and then we'll hear 15. Thank you. So now we'll move to item 14.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. Before you this evening is the Chamber of Commerce annual contract with the town of Los Gatos to run the Visitors Information Center for the town. The report was provided in the packet this evening, and the $55,000 that is being recommended by staff is what is going to come forward in your budget next, or in the town's budget. On May 16th. And so while we did receive requests from the chamber for perhaps an increase in the recommendation, the staff is recommending the 55 as that's the status quo for the project. And given the lateness of the hour and everything was included in the report, the staff is here for questions.
Thank you. Do I see any questions from council members at this point? Okay, then I will open the public comment. And hold on, I just want to, my screen changed. I want to see if I have anyone on Zoom. Okay, I'll go with the room, and then I have Donna McCurry on Zoom. I don't know if, okay, so first I'll go with Catherine Summers. Catherine Summers of the Chamber.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor, for prioritizing this agenda item, especially since it was right after that last agenda item, and opening it for public discussion. I know, like everyone else, I too am here with my hand out begging for money. It seems that's just that kind of year. Don't worry, I fully expect that you will once again decide that the financial agreement and the terms set forth between the town and the chamber to run the Visitor and Information Center are sufficient. And they might be. Though now, after 8 years of working in that office, I can tell you, as I pretty much have every year, that it's not quite enough. And I'm a little worried when I contemplate the future of the chamber, that the town council has never truly regarded the town's Visitor and Information Center as being really that important. It is vitally important and sets the tone for all visitors coming in to shop, dine, and stay, and maybe even live in our town. We are the welcoming committee, the salespeople, the spokespeople, and the concierge for the town. We are also, most importantly, the conveners of all the leaders in this town, and we can get things done, things that have and make impactful improvements. I worry too about handing over the reins to a new executive director and explaining how he or she needs to provide the scope of services for $55,000. I'm pretty sure there will be a fit of laughter. But I'm not here to beg. I would, however, like to leave you with 3 ideas as you move forward with your decision about this agreement, and more holistically about our relationship. First of all, you should consider at least a 15% increase, or approximate 15% increase in the total amount given to the chamber to operate the center. As you read in the summary provided by the staff, which was excellent, by the way, we've received that same amount since 2019. Rent has increased, minimum wage has gone up, inflation is happening as we speak, so that only seems fair. Number 2, eventually, and sooner than later, I would hope that you'll give more thought to what the town's Visitor and Information Center could do. We've never really sat down and had this conversation. We should continue to explore cultural event ideas, festivals in the new North 40, to welcome our newest residents, and to do more promotional exposure at airports and with Visit California. We've outlined on numerous occasions where we could invest some of these dollars and have never done anything. Lastly, on a more philosophical note, I hope that you will prioritize your relationship with the new chamber staff later this summer and with the current board of directors to finally explore other revenue streams for the town. Utilize them. Look at a P-bid, a possible T-bid, round table with the hotel GMs, and look at the TOT and the possibility of increasing that. And then using a portion of that fund to continue to fund and sustain your visitor center. Thanks.
Perfect timing. Do I see any questions? Yes, Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I know that in previous years, there's been a discussion of operation of the visitor center along with other ways of improving our economics due to travelers coming to the town, and specifically the term destination marketing has been used, and you and I have had a number of conversations about the very positive return on investment that could be achieved by further investment in that. There's just a realm of economic opportunities for Los Gatos to be the place for weddings and, you know, weekend-long events that benefit not just the venue, but all of the restaurants and retail, and people need to know about the place. And you know, my question is, what's the state of that public-private investment, and how does that relate to the visitor center operation? Wouldn't those people use the visitor center if we had, you know, additional vibrancy in those activities that could come from those events?
Yes, for sure. I think what you're really hitting the nail on the head, I can't even think right now, sorry, is it's manpower, and manpower is dollars. You know, I mean, in order, you know, we have touched the surface on so many of those items that you just brought up. I mean, for example, at our recent wine walk, we invited the Livermore Valley Wine Association representatives to come. We also had the Santa Clara Valley Winery Association representatives there, along with the Santa Cruz Mountain Wines. You get all three of those people in a room together talking with the Visitor and Information Center, and you can do wonders. You know, I mean, you really can cross-promote, and, you know, so we've attempted to do some of those things. It's just we don't have, I mean, you know, I do it as much as I can, but then I have a whole slew of other things. And my team, as you're going to hear from them, you know, everything that they're working on. If we had one more person who was dedicated to working at a Visitor and Information Center, I think we could actually accomplish a lot more to that end. I think one of the things that we talked about in this contract is, or this agreement, is that you do have to hire the right person, though. I mean, we're talking about $25 an hour for somebody is what we have budgeted, and that covers 27 hours a week. So bear in mind that person is answering the telephones and greeting people when they walk in the door, but that person is also responsible for having these meetings with the, you know, the different wineries and coming up with campaigns and, or, you know, travel campaigns, and with, I mean, you really need a professional who's doing that, and that would cost a lot more. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Chen.
Good evening, Council. Randy Chen, Chamber staff, speaking on behalf of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for considering the contract for the Chamber, and thank you, Monica, for the very thorough staff report. As Monica pointed out, in the 2000s, the Chamber did receive significantly more money than our current contract. Although the items we used to perform for that $100,000 have morphed over the years, we still perform the same basic functions. We still distribute a town map. It is paper. We still produce brochures, although they are online. We still run advertising campaigns, although via social media instead of print and radio, and we still maintain a physical visitor center. We do not maintain the town's official website, thank goodness, but we have created a new website, Visit Los Gatos, which we maintain. In addition, the Chamber has taken on other projects not included in the scope of services that 100K contract had, such as street pole banners, holiday lights, large community events to promote a sense of pride and community in our town. As you know, costs have increased over the last 4 years, which was the last time the Chamber contract was increased to the current 55K. The inflation rate since 2019 has gone up 15.43%, an average of 3.65% per year. And accounting for that, our current contract would be $63,486. Like the town's own expenses, ours have increased as well. Rent has increased yearly, as has salaries, along with utilities and everyday expenses. I'm quite certain that you don't have any other vendor that hasn't increased their cost of services since 2019. As you know, the 55K in emergency destination marketing funds from ARPA helped tremendously in creating Visit Los Gatos and drawing people into Los Gatos. You will hear from Donna shortly about that and how worthwhile that is. In order to maintain that momentum, we do believe that a dedicated social media person is a worthwhile investment to bring more visitors to Los Gatos, and that cost cannot be covered by our current 55K. It's approximately $1,500 to $2,000 a month. We would like to produce new street pole banners, but those cost approximately $10,000. As you know, the Chamber staff is all turning over, and although you could easily think that the Chamber will perform these functions regardless of our contracted amount, and we probably would have if it was Catherine, Donna, and I, you cannot be so sure that our successors will do so. In conclusion, we are asking you to increase our contracted amount to at least $63,486 to account for inflation and cost of living increases, and ideally to $88K to accommodate destination marketing for Visit Los Gatos. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Any questions? Okay, thank you. I'll take the next card, and then I have one hand on Zoom. Lee Figo.
Good evening, Council and town staff. Speaking tonight as a resident of the town. I'm not representing any organization, but I do want to underscore the comments that you just heard from the two members of the Chamber that were here that have provided incredible leadership for our entire community, not just the merchants in town, but all the citizens in town and the visitors. That visitor center is a tremendous resource, and ideally it could be open on weekends. It could be open for visitors who are coming here as a resource for them. It could be with more media availability. And as you just heard, that there is a cost associated with doing that, and the $55,000 is not even close to it. I think the number should be about double that is given to the Chamber to provide these additional services that will very positively impact not just the merchants in town, but all of the citizens, and create the continued positive impact on all of us. So please consider that the $55,000 is not a reasonable number for the level of service that they've already been providing and that they need to provide going forward to make this continue as a very hospitable community. So thank you for considering, and please do put in a number that is more reasonable to reflect the cost associated with the current level of service plus what could be added in a reasonable fashion. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Donna McCurry.
Good evening, Council. Donna McCurry, Chamber staff, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Chamber. I would like to talk about the importance of that social media plays with regards to destination marketing and how vital it is to have a dedicated person managing and creating original content for social media platforms. So just some quick history. Until June 7th, 2021, the Visitor Center's social media platforms were known as Experience Los Gatos. On June 8th, 2021, the Visitor Center transitioned Experience Los Gatos with a total followers of 2,700 to Visit Los Gatos CA across all platforms. Using the funds from the May 4th, 2021 Emergency Destination Marketing Funds, generously approved by the council, thank you, a dedicated social media coordinator was put in place. From June 2021 until the funding ran out in January 2023, the coordinator's efforts for Visit Los Gatos have increased followers to 9,500, with Instagram accounting for 7,300 of those. Increased brand awareness of Los Gatos as a destination by reaching potential visitors outside of Los Gatos. Represents and promotes all businesses in Los Gatos, whereas the Chamber's social media accounts and website promote only members. Promotes non-business sectors of Los Gatos like parks, hiking, biking, and community organization special events and curated itineraries, and establishes the social media staff person as an influencer who drives our message to a target audience. Visit Los Gatos has become an integral part of the Visitor Center's destination marketing strategy. It is the one resource for all things Los Gatos that has the potential to reach 9,500 followers daily, unlike the physical visitor centers that sees daily in-person visits of 3 to 5 and phone calls of 7 to 10. Part of my chamber staff job is managing the chamber's social media platforms and creating original content. I spend about 10 to 15 hours, 7 days a week, creating content, following, scrolling, resharing, liking members and other Los Gatos influencers and chambers accounts. The Chambers has built an Instagram followers to 3,100, of which we're very proud. But if the same media is posted on Visit Los Gatos and the Chamber at the exact same time, the Visit Los Gatos Instagram account will have a minimum 10-fold plus increase to accounts reach. Accounts reached are the unique accounts that see the content on the screen at least once. So even like tonight around 6 o'clock, I did a stay and play post about fashion show and the Derby event. Within 15 minutes, the Chamber's accounts reached 4. Visit Los Gatos was 83. So hopefully this gives you a better understanding of the importance of funding a dedicated social media coordinator. And hopefully you'll consider funding this position in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here for questions.
Do we have any questions for our speaker? Okay, we do not. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't have any other hands up on Zoom. And I have no more cards, so I'm going to close public comment on this item and move to council discussion. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, thank you to our chamber staff for staying up late with us. I agree with a good bit of what was said. I think that at a high level, a visitor center having this external face for our town, I think is both really important, and this is not enough. I also understand that the current structure of the contract allows for flexibility between staff and chambers. So I'm not totally sure about what we should do with that exact dollar amount tonight. But I do think there's a lot of room for discussion here. And I think one thing that I really want to highlight is something that each of the chamber staff touched on, but I think is actually really important for us to think about. So this is a contract, right? So we're paying for a service, or we're saying we would like to see the service. And we have to think about what this next chamber is going to look like. It's going to be an entirely different group of people and, with different expertise, different priorities. And I really want to make sure that chamber sees us as a partner here in the town and as someone that they can work in tandem with to do the things that we all want, collectively want to do. So I think there's some good ideas that have been thrown out. I think the increasing TOT to fund the visitor centers is maybe a good idea. And so I'm not sure about this dollar amount. One thing that I would be interested in maybe talking about it tonight or at a future date, maybe in July or August after the budget's over when we start talking about ARPA. But I think that we should consider investing some amount of money into the chamber when we get this new leadership, just either to get this visitor center kind of to the next level and also to demonstrate our our commitment to this organization. So again, I don't know how that affects this contract tonight, but appreciate all the sentiments.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the ask is reasonable. Since 2019, I Googled and I got 18%. I think other counts 14. You said 15%. It's going to go up another 5% this year. That's very reasonable to take it to 66,000, and you're asking for another 22,000 for destination marketing. And I'm going to make the bad assumption that you're not going to come back and ask for more money for destination marketing. And so on the assumption that this is the last time we talk about destination marketing, I will make the motion that we increase it to 88,000, include the destination marketing with the social media.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Moore. Okay, discussion. I will open this for discussion. Councilmember Hudes.
I agree with the proposal. I do think that the destination marketing number should be significantly higher, but not necessarily funded entirely by the town. And I mean higher than even the 20-some thousand, because I believe that the return on investment in terms of TOT is absolutely there if we can make a stepwise jump in people who come for events. And I don't mean just our scheduled 2 or 3 hour events, but I mean something like a wedding that takes place on a weekend. And I know this has been brought up before. I would encourage, when we do hear the budget and we do think about things going forward, that staff come back in collaboration with the chamber and maybe the new leadership of the chamber with some ideas about how to do a public-private partnership on what we're calling destination marketing. Maybe it needs a new name, but to essentially have a substantial increase in Los Gatos being viewed as a place to hold these events, and to do that in collaboration with the hotels and restaurants that would benefit from it. So I would like to see something where they have some skin in the game as well, whether it's actual dollars or whether it's resources. Some of these hotels have tremendous marketing capability. It just needs to be focused on Los Gatos. And so I think there's potential there. So I will support it, but I also think that we need to go far beyond if we're going to really get the vitality and the jump in TOT revenue that can come from that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
So I voiced my support for destination marketing. I've been on record to do that for quite a few months now. So I would be supporting the motion. I see that as being good for our town and a way to increase revenue and just add to our economic vitality.
Okay, I guess I'll just comment that, we talk about our town partners a lot and what they contribute. The Chamber of Commerce does provide a direct service to the town in terms of the visitor center. And then there's those intangibles like, the destination marketing, which hasn't really ramped up a lot, but also welcoming businesses, pulling our community together, and bringing people to our businesses, which directly benefits us through sales tax, and, that helps pay for a lot of things. It's kind of a strange time because we do have, kind of the triumphant trio going out, and we're deciding on a contract with someone or people that we don't know who's going to execute. So I can support this motion, but I think it's going to be important that as we do that, as new leadership comes into the chamber, that there be some intensive meetings between the town and the new chamber executive director and employees to understand what the contract is, understand what the increased level is, and have that discussion about what more can be done with destination marketing, because I feel like I know that Donna, Randy, and Catherine would know what to do with this money, and now we're going to have this transition. And so if things slow down, I mean, we'll have to have it very clearly spelled out what's in the contract so that if the new leadership is unable to deliver, that maybe, the contract gets stretched out to 16 months or something if there's a lag in employment. I'm guessing that given your board and given the recruitment, things will go seamlessly, but I just want to make sure that we, if it's not seamless, if there's a gap, that we can take that into account. So with that, I'd be supporting the motion. I'll go to Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question of staff of where this funding is going to come from.
It's likely going to come from our general fund, or we can look at an ARPA allocation. We've in the proposed budget, we only have the 55,000 currently, so we're going to have to scrub our numbers. So I don't know exactly, but we'll have that for you next week.
Okay, understood. And that's not going to really break anything in the budget?
Well, our general fund budget is very tight. So it would strain our general fund. But if the council was okay with us maybe dipping, we do have some leftover ARPA, so we might be able to do that. It is going to require the chamber to have really good records on how it uses federal money.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, and I would also just ask that Catherine tell her successor how generous the council is being this evening.
Okay. Yes. Director Wren.
Thank you. I just have a clarifying question for the council. So what I heard from Councilmember Rennie was 66,000 for the visitor center and 22 for destination marketing. Did you want it to be very particularly spelled out in that way, or are you more interested in doing an 88,000 and then we have everything under the scope of services? I just want to make sure that the scope really reflects what the council's looking for. Thank you.
I'm thinking through what my gut feeling says. It's better to do 88 for the scope of services. I think, part of the reason I jumped on this is the new management's going to come in and say there's not nearly enough money. So that's why I'm doing it now before they come. If we break it into pieces, that gives them more opportunity to tell us some piece is not big enough. So I think 88,000 is, for the whole scope, is probably the better way to go with it.
Thank you.
And that's good with the seconder? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion passes 5-0. And that closes off item 14. Do we have to ask you to settle down? And then we will now go to item 10, and we'll go back to Manager Wren.
Good evening, Economic Vitality Manager Monica Wren. Again, thank you. Tonight before you is the item that was pulled off the consent calendar, and it is in regards to rescinding and replacing the town's economic recovery resolution. I have a short presentation or slide that kind of outlines the three main reasons why we're bringing this forward to the council at this time in this way. And I think that's coming up. And then I'll quickly outline this, and if there's questions or however the council would like to move forward, works well for me. The next slide, please. Great, thank you. So the town council has adopted an economic recovery resolution back in 2020, the original one, and we're one of the swiftest and most reactive councils in the area in regards to economic recovery, and really set set a standard in the Bay Area for how a council and how a jurisdiction can support a business community. We have received a lot of inquiries and questions since that time about how we did pivot so quickly and how we supported our businesses. So this work has been noted not by our own community, but by others that do similar work. So as time has progressed, obviously things have changed. There's been lots of things that have come and gone. The pandemic was with us a lot longer. We ended up extending that economic recovery resolution all the way until June of 2023. At this time, we have a couple of things in the works. And so staff is asking for an additional extension for three main reasons. First is to provide consistency in our policies for our town businesses. So the town council adopted, again, the strategic priority to continue to streamline land use policies. So the staff has begun that work. We met with the Planning Commission on April 26th and presented them with a series of streamlining options. They are forwarding their recommendation to the council. That should come to you on June 20th. So given that time, any ordinance hearing would have to have a second reading and then would take another 30 days to go into effect. So hypothetically speaking, if those streamlining things came forward to you in June, even though you would hear them before the resolution would expire, they couldn't take effect. And so in the effort to keep the message consistent to businesses and not have one rule in June, one rule in July, and then another in August or September, the staff is asking to keep this resolution consistent until a time when either we can adopt or the council can vet what they would like to adopt, and then we can have those take effect. And just to be upfront and transparent, we're not assuming that or asking the council at this point to adopt everything. What we're trying to just do is have enough time so that when there is a change, only one change takes place. So second to that, the conditional use permit fee that's in there right now, we are subsidizing 50% of all new and modified conditional use permits. We really don't anticipate that many more will come in. If this is a concern for the council, we could either limit the number that come before the end of the continued resolution, or we could simply remove that. At this point, a modification has about $750 that's subsidized by the town. A new restaurant is roughly $2,500 that would be subsidized by the town, and then a full CUP probably closer to $5,000 that's subsidized by the town. So we really don't anticipate more than just a few of those coming forward. And then finally, for the semi-permanent parklet program, there's a chart in your staff report. It's on page 3. That gives a high-level overview of where the parklet program is right now. And I realize when you look at the number of 10 that are remaining to be built, it may seem like it's a lot of parklets. But what that really comes down to is 3 locations. The grant program does provide a grant for each business that's buying into the parklet program. So that's 10 businesses that are left to build. However, a couple of the parklets are actually grouped together and then they're divided internally. So we'll see 3, essentially what will appear to the community will be 3 more parklets that are being built. As far as those that are either still in construction or awaiting the grant payment process, some need to be finalized, and we're working with the business to get some modifications taken care of. One, there was an issue with the contractor and how some of the stuff was taken care of, so the business had to go back to our architect, and they're working through some of those calculations so that those changes can be made with minimum disruption. So there are still some kind of tweaks that need to happen. Of the 10 there, 3 businesses have said at this point they no longer plan to build. Inflation costs, a lot of getting the materials, those have all come into play with people feeling like, maybe this isn't the best step forward for them. And then I think that was my final point. Oh, and then the storms. The final point I wanted to make was the storms were very disruptive for this project. People couldn't pour concrete during this time. People weren't able to be out in the streets shaping and crafting these, as well as pouring the concrete for the planters and having those cure. I understand that that was taking a longer period of time to do that work. So essentially it set the timeline back for a lot of these folks, and they're using their own contractors. They each get their own contractors. So if that person had, another project that was set back, they're really stuck in line here. So staff was trying to be sensitive to folks who have been doing the work and coming along, but perhaps got stuck in this very unfortunate time. So those are some of the reasons behind why we're asking for this or recommending this extension at this point. And then based on the language that was in the prior resolution, we couldn't just extend it because it noted a bunch of the federal and the state emergency orders that are no longer in place. So the staff has come forward with a new draft that takes that language out to make it accurate. And with that, I'll end my comments. And if you have any questions, we're here to help.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, I figure Councilmember Rennie, since you pulled it, you probably
Would
have.
you like me to give my reasoning? They're not going to be questions. I can give my reasoning.
Okay, and then we'll open it to the public.
Yeah, so
but
they,
yes,
they
I would
can
like
then
to hear.
beat me up.
Thank you.
So I pulled it for two main reasons. First of all, the extension. Well, number one. Well, it's the biggest one is related to the extension. We've already extended it 2 or 3 times. I don't really buy the weather thing because it started 2-3 weeks before the deadline. So, yeah, okay, getting it in shortly after the deadline. But the fact that we extended it a couple times already, I don't buy the weather so much because they weren't going to make that deadline anyway. But I think it goes more to the idea that, when we say this is a deadline, we set a deadline for a reason. And then we say, oh, well, we didn't really mean it. Now this is the deadline. Oh, well, we really didn't mean that. I don't think that's a good way to do business. So I want us to at least discuss it, not just pass it on consent. Potentially, you want to just pass it as is, but I don't want to just have, blow through a deadline on a consent, for example. So that's the first part of my thought. The other part is I want to see this program wrap up. We've been, I'd say, very generous in our, during the pandemic in our support of downtown and also of nonprofits. And we've neglected some other of our responsibilities in town. And I think we need to start pivoting our dollars and our efforts to, we heard tonight, safety and security is a big deal, that we need to start looking for more money to help with all the safety and security issues in town. My thought is we should do something to incentivize these people that are still left to finish up. And I would propose something like, won't be a motion yet because we haven't heard from the public, but I would propose something like, on August 31st, any project that's not completed, and I don't know if that's an occupancy permit or what, gets a maximum of $30K subsidy instead of $40. We currently have $40. And then anything not finished by October 31st, it then switches to a 20% or $20K maximum subsidy. And anything finished after December 31st, so I'm giving you even longer than October, is 0. So basically, anything between now and August 31st would be $40K maximum subsidy per our calculations. Between August 31st and October 31st, $20K, and between October 31st and December 20K, and then after that would be 0. So that's my thinking here. The other part of it is those that participated in the program, and we said there's a deadline, and they got with it and they got it done. It's not really fair to keep giving others, extending others' deadlines when others, got their work done. So this is my thought for incentivizing and rewarding if they get it done.
I have a question. This whole item covers much more than the parklets. It covers rescinding the recovery resolution and putting something temporarily into place until the Planning Commission and Council can consider it. So is the main sticking point for you?
That was the main
parklets?
one. I did have one other idea
Okay.
that I'm less
talk about all
less
those.
strong on, and I'll mention the 50% CUP again. You know, I think we've been supporting businesses. At some point, we need to start moving away from the support. I was thinking we might want to make 50% for retail only, or non-formula retail only. And maybe we don't do that now. Maybe that's something we consider when it comes back. But that was another thought I had.
Okay, I think we understand the thought process. Should I open it to the public, or did you have a question, council member? Yeah.
So I have a question of staff, just based off of what Councilmember Rennie suggested, the first suggestion. What do you think is the likelihood that the 3 or 6 businesses that are working through the process right now what is the likelihood that they are able to meet that August 31st deadline?
I can't speak to the likelihood. I think most of them are getting started rather soon and should be finished. I will offer that the agreements have all been done, and the first $20,000 is issued when the concrete is poured. So for the last 6 businesses going under 20, we could do new agreements. But for some people who are like waiting to finalize something or we'd actually have to go get money back from them. And we'd have to rework the agreements. The agreements did not have an expiration date in them. And in fact, the resolution didn't require paperwork or building deadlines. It was really about the program of allowing the space to be used. So it was more about a temporary use of space. And then when the council adopted the actual parklet program, they actually never put dates in place. And so the staff has been adding the deadline that matches up with the resolution all along. So if we wanted to do a hard stop on construction, it would almost be adding that at this point. And so we could look at how to do that, but we would have to definitely do new agreements. Every business that is listed in this chart does have an executed agreement with the town at this point. And we do have building permits that have been issued to everybody, except one business we're just waiting for them to pick it up. But all of the building permits at this point are ready. So it would take some work with, I think, the attorney's office to figure out the best way to do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
And let me clarify. So I wasn't suggesting stopping building. I was suggesting reducing the amount of subsidy. So what you didn't mention was whether the subsidies in the agreement. You mentioned this is, I can imagine you have an agreement that says you get to use this till whatever happens, we redo the street or something like that, and so forth. So I wasn't making in my motion actually any deadline for when parklets have to stop. I was only making changes in the subsidy amount, because I actually said after December 31st, I didn't say they had to stop. I said they get no subsidy.
Sure, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. We actually have 2 agreements with each business. So we have an operation agreement that's ongoing for the operation of the of the parklet, and then we have a grant agreement that's specific to how the grant can be issued, how it can be paid, and the amount that they would receive. So that grant is absent of any deadline. So when we set those agreements, I would have to look to the attorney, but when we signed that agreement, there wasn't that the way the payment is set to be issued has not been spelled out to match this motion. So I don't know how we would go about doing, or to match the question. So I would just have to work with the attorney.
So explain what exactly is a deadline then.
So to date, we've had the resolution that has all of these streamlinings, and staff has lined up the deadline with the businesses to match this resolution. And we've asked that construction be completed and that their paperwork be submitted to line up with that deadline. It's never been memorialized in a grant where we've agreed upon it. I've provided it in an email. However, the language in the funding or the grant agreement doesn't match that. So if we change the amount that we gave them, or that we did a sliding scale, we would need to redo those agreements.
So then, let's say we take your suggested October 31st and some of them aren't done. Are we still going to pay them? Or you're going to come back and we're just going to keep changing it because we can't not change it. I mean, when do we put a stop on it?
Sure. Well, certainly the money has to be, I understand it has to be allocated by the end of this year. So that could be one stop, or at that point, the council, or at this point, the council could say, no, we need to renegotiate those agreements, or we need to look at those agreements again. I just want to be upfront that the agreement we have in place is signed for the full 75% of their cost of construction up to $40,000.
One option would be for the council to continue this item, and then I could look at the agreements in more detail, and I would have an answer as to how much room there is to change the terms.
And the other council members that have to be interested in the idea before we bother to do that.
Yes.
Okay, I don't see any other questions right now, so I'm going to go to public comment, and I just want to make sure there's nobody on Zoom. My screen keeps changing. Okay, Randy Chen.
Randy Chen, Chamber of Commerce. All right, this is completely off the cuff, so it's not as good as my last one. So as far as the parklets are concerned, the money has already been allocated. As Monica said, we already have agreements with these folks. The weather may not have been the biggest factor. It could have been construction delays or supply and demand, or, I mean, any number of reasons. But the fact that we already have agreements with them, we've already allocated the money. We're not spending any extra money by extending this to October 31st. It seems really unfair to take the money away from them when we said we'd already give it to them. As far as the CUP thing, retailers don't need a CUP, so that doesn't affect them anyway. Formula retailers do, I believe. But you know, the consistency that Monica has shown us, so it's the same all the way through. If the parklet thing throws that off, it really upsets the whole process. And again, as I said, we did already promise this money. We're not spending any extra money by extending it to October 31st. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Summers.
Good evening again, Council. I would agree with pretty much everything that Randy said. I actually do find Councilmember Rennie's comments somewhat compelling. So I do think that you should look at not just extending and extending, partly because, you know, our great member restaurants that we have that are all part of the chamber, but you do need to nudge them along, I think. And I do think we want to get this program done so that we can get on to some other big items that you have in your capital improvement plan. But I think with that, again, we did already promise the money to everybody. I think maybe we can do a better job on the PR end of it, of working with the people who have their parklets kind of in the, you know, in the middle right now, and we can just kind of nudge them along to really, and tell them that this is all ending on October 31st or whatever the date is set at the next one. But this parklet program, as you know, is kind of has gotten so much attention from everywhere around the Bay Area and even beyond. And I don't think we want to tarnish it at the end of its legs of, you know, I think we want to end on a high. So, you know, I think there's other ways to get to that point. One other thought on that is whether or not it was storms or anything else. I mean, I think the road to recovery for a lot of people in these last 3 or 4 years, everybody has a different story. So I don't think we can collectively say that, okay, how come some of these parklets got done and others didn't? I think we really have to respect that everybody had kind of their own journey on this path to recovery. So I hope you'll respect that. With regards to the CUPs, I mean, I kind of wish we would just do 50% subsidy on CUPs forever, because I think you look around and you see the empty storefronts still, and I always think that sign in my office is that says Los Gatos is open for business, and as much as we can do to let the developers and possible new business owners know that we are open for business and we're willing to work with them, I think the better for our vibrancy and vitality. So I think, continue on with the streamlining of that as Monica's presented, and that we continue to offer those subsidies as we can.
All right, any questions? I have one question. When you talk about the CUPs, we know that retail doesn't need a CUP. So when you talk about the empty storefronts, are you talking about restaurants that aren't moving in, or for
Well, I think
retail?
you would need a CUP, for example, if you switched a retail space into a restaurant space, correct?
Right, restaurants need CUPs.
Yep, and I don't know if it works the opposite way. If you had, I don't know when you would have a restaurant that you would turn back into a retail space, but I don't think that requires one. We did talk a little bit earlier today. I had some conversations with folks about some of the CUPs that might be required down the boulevard, for example, on Los Gatos Boulevard. And I think I don't think that we're going to see too much development out there. Well, what am I saying? We'll see a lot. I'm not sure it's going to happen before you have to streamline all of these things, but I think that's just something to keep in mind. For example, you could do a different CUP structure for businesses downtown than maybe you do out on the boulevard. I don't know. That would all be, you'd have to discuss.
I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah.
So I do think that will be important input when we get to how we extend past October, and I hope you'll be speaking to the Planning Commission and the Council as we discuss what'll happen after this bridge ends.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any hands on Zoom, so I'm closing the public comment and opening up to Councilmember Rennie.
So that kind of brought up another thought. If we extend this deadline, can more new permit reviews come in? Currently, you say you have 0 in review. What stops more from appearing?
So currently, the semi-permanent parklet program, the application period ended in July of 2021. So we no longer accepted applications. Now, the question still remains, does the council in general want to see more parklets after this program is over? Let's say a new business comes in and wants to foot the bill 100%. Staff does intend on coming back to the council with that conversation, but it was our thought that this semi-permanent program needed to wrap up first. We've had one inquiry so far since the application period ended, that of somebody who asked about could they pay the whole cost and go through it. And we said it would definitely, take some more review. And then once they looked at the cost and, understood that the neighbors weren't in support of it, they decided not to go forward. But I think that is an overarching question. And at this point, I think staff is under the impression that this is the program that we're working on and that this is really what we need to conclude first. And if something isn't encapsulated in the semi-permanent program, then it would be needed to be considered differently, and we'd have to look at it at that time.
Okay, I have a second question, if I could, for Director Angvari. Yesterday, I noticed this account had $750,000 in it. I don't know how up to date that was from our budget document. I count 5 if it's 48, 200,000 due there, another 1, and then if it were all 10, that would be another 400,000. But we're saying that 3 might not be there, so maybe it's 30% less of 400,000. So maybe it's, instead of 600, it's 500,000 of the 250 would be encumbered. What I'm looking for also is to get to the point that we can free up the excess funds to move them to the highest and best use beyond that. So if this program keeps getting extended, is there some way we can figure out how much we really need and reduce what's in that account down to cover what's likely to come?
Okay, thank you for the question. So I don't have the exact number how much we spent overall on the parklets, but the 960,000 was just a subsidy from ARPA. We spent more on that from the downtown revitalization program. So some of the parklets came directly from the GFAR fund from that program. So I think 960,000 does not cover. So I don't see whether we can free up that money, or it would free
Yeah,
up our GFAR.
I was referring to the account you just named, not the GFAR.
The downtown revitalization
Downtown
project.
revitalization yesterday had $750,000 in it. That's the one I was curious about, how much of that is effectively encumbered and what is freed up to put for other uses.
So we have to check between the ARPA and that fund how much available. But I would assume that. So we have to check.
If I may, I have a little more information to offer on that as well. So of all of the parklets, 6 of them have received their first 20,000 and have not received the remainder. The remainder is calculated when we receive their final notarized documents. So we've assumed $40,000 for every applicant, but we don't necessarily know. Some have come in a little under that. And then in addition, the council did identify that they wanted to do some public parklets. We had direction that there was the one for the bike parking. And then given the way everything was going and costing more and all of the interest, staff actually, and then the change in staff actually kind of put the brakes on to make sure we had enough funding to do the grants first. And then that's also part of that conversation when we come back about parklets in general is that still the will of the council to use that money for those public parklets, or do we have enough, and do we really want to look at a different option? So staff does still have that on the radar based on our conversation. I think it was last year this time, but wanted to be cognizant of the spend before we did that.
And that's kind of what I was getting to is what do we think, what's still left, what we thought we might use it for, and do we still want to use it for that? I'd like to get to that point.
Okay, Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Rennie's sentiment about doing things to encourage the deadline to be met for the reasons stated. I think one specific aspect of that is to help our retail businesses recover, because the parklets take up parking space for retail, and one of the forces that would have helped with that was to accelerate or to move forward on Dixon Phase 1 with wayfinding, and beyond just signage wayfinding, but electronic wayfinding. I think from the very beginning, it would have made sense to simultaneously improve the parking situation while taking away the parking spaces, and I think we would have had a better result. But at this point, I think the deadline is important because it does get us to focus on things like, moving forward on Dixon Phase 1. I guess the question I would have for staff is the questions that Councilmember Rennie was asking was somewhat proposing a pretty elegant solution to maybe something that could be accomplished more simply. So is there a way to toughen or strengthen the October deadline administratively without a change to the finances in the resolution and the agreements that are either in process or in place?
If I may, I'd like to defer to the town attorney to see if we could add something. To date, we haven't had a council-directed deadline that's hard and fast, so I think we could certainly implement that, and then I would defer to the attorney to see how we could articulate that to the businesses.
I would need to spend some time reviewing the grant agreements, and so if the council's interested in going that direction, I think it would work best if the item were continued, and then I could come back with information on how the agreements are currently worded.
Councilmember Moore and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate staff's willingness to be flexible on this. I don't think that it is a good use of staff's time to have them dive deep on this, because I think we know, I think that it's understood up here that we want to get these completed, and that I think that our economic vitality manager could convey that to the businesses and say, hey, the council just had this discussion. They're really on you about getting these done. We want to make sure we complete this by October, like it talks about. But I don't think it makes a ton of sense to have, our staff spend all the time and energy needed to create a deadline that I anticipate, and it sounds like these businesses will meet. I totally agree. I think that in the future, we should look at how grants are tied to deadlines and look at, strengthening that. And I think that that's a good conversation and something that we should look at with future grants. I just don't think it makes a ton of sense to have us all spin our wheels to, get to the same outcome, which is these parklets get completed by the end of the year. I just don't think that's a good use of time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I see the incentive to finish quickly is now, so that we can capture the good weather and potentially get more robust business. October 31st, you're heading into cold weather, so it kind of defeats the purpose. However, I do admire Councilmembers Rennie's rationale on this. So I would support a continuation to allow the town attorney to do research on modifying the agreement or what it would entail.
Okay, I'll weigh in. I mean, I think, first of all, the comment that, some of the other parklets got done and these others aren't. Well, the people that got their parklets done are benefiting from them. I mean, I'm not seeing a big incentive to drag it out. I think in a lot of cases, the parklets didn't get done either because there was a construction issue or weather or a financing issue. I think pulling the subsidy means is basically eliminating the parklet. Speaking to electeds in other cities and hearing about the envy other communities have for our parklet program, the fact that we had the luck, the early embracing of outdoor seating before the pandemic put us in a position to then be able to use funding and move this parklet program forward. Other communities that are trying to start it now, businesses are finding out they can't afford the parklet. So I think most of these parklets would not exist without the grant. I think the Vice Mayor makes a good point about the weather, so I would think that would incentivize the restaurants that are putting in the parklets to get this done so they can take advantage of the outdoor eating. One of the things I would be hesitant to continue this item. I'm wondering if there is more information needed, if we could pull it out. But we are being asked to rescind and replace the economic recovery resolution with a draft economic recovery resolution. We could still talk about the parklets separately if we want to impose a deadline later. But I think we want to make sure that we have a bridge for these measures that are in place until we get to the point that the Planning Commission and the Town Council have heard these and decided whether we want to make any of these changes permanent or change them a little bit. And we're not there yet until the Planning Commission is done and it comes to the council, and the soonest that can go into effect is September. So I'm leaning more toward wanting to make a motion to rescind and replace this. And if people have concerns about encouraging a deadline for parklets, we can talk about that another time. But I'm leaning more with Councilmember Moore. I don't really want to sink a lot of staff time into how do we exactly negotiate this deadline. I agree that our economic vitality manager can convey to the businesses, or maybe even come back to us with, in a month or something, what's the progress? Do they understand that members of council are starting to think about there might be a deadline and your grant might disappear, in which case your parklet will probably disappear. So, what can you tell us? What's happening with your timeline so we can get an idea, will these be finished by October to the best of someone's execution? So I will pivot on this and we'll see what happens. Wait, do we have a motion on the table? No, okay. Okay, then I'm going to make the motion to rescind and replace the town's economic recovery resolution 2022-066 with draft economic recovery resolution in attachment 1 to continue to support the town's economic recovery efforts, including the completion of the construction and implementation of semi-permanent parklet program, and to allow time for the Planning Commission and Town Council to consider implementing amendments to the town code that reflect the streamlining efforts of the resolution. Do I have a second? Councilmember Moore.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to maybe ask this more bluntly of our economic vitality manager. So do you think that if you go and talk to these businesses about this conversation tonight, that they will meet the deadline? And I know it's hard to know, but yeah.
I do believe, yes, they will, because there is an incentive for them to have it done. And actually my messaging to them has been, you really need to get going because it takes a good 4 to 5 weeks to get your paperwork in. And that October deadline includes paperwork, or we cannot pay the grant. And this will be now, since this is in the motion, that there is a deadline for this. We have some teeth to say, this is the deadline. You have to have your paperwork in, which means your parklet really needs to be finished by the end of September or mid-September to allow for that. So I do believe that we can get there. And I do believe that, and I can commit to sharing that message pretty clearly with those folks.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's enough for me. And I don't want to seem like I don't value you bring this up, Councilmember Rennie. I think this is important, and I think that this is meeting these deadlines is valuable and all important. I just don't think it's a good. I think that we need to do that moving forward.
Thank you. And I agree. It was a very good suggestion. One question I would ask. So then, Manager Wren, after you speak to the businesses, would you be able to report back to us what the status is if somebody says there's no way I'm going to have it done? Just some feedback, either in a report or somehow, so that we get a feeling for where all of the parklets stand.
Certainly, I can do that monthly until October if that feels right, or every other month, or something that feels good to the council so that you are aware of the progress and you have an understanding of where folks stand.
Okay, I won't put that in the motion, but that's a request. Councilmember Rennie.
I'm failing to see how this deadline is different than the last two times we set deadlines. Did you have in your motion something about a deadline? Because I can't see one in the resolution, and if it's here, please point me to it. Because Manager Wren just mentioned, now that we have a deadline, well, I thought we had deadlines at least twice before. So what's different? And I don't see anything in the resolution making it different. Should we insert something in the resolution to make it different? Is it in the whereases? I didn't read them very carefully. I certainly don't see it.
I see the October, I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
Sorry. I see the October 31st deadline in a whereas, but that's not binding. And so.
It's not binding.
Because a whereas is telling a story, and the body of the resolution is establishing the deadline.
Question for the town attorney. If we put a deadline in the motion, does that create a problem with the agreements that we have written with these businesses? Will that turn into a conflict if there's not a deadline in their agreement?
I'm probably not prepared to answer that tonight.
Okay. We could make the motion that we put the deadline in and then figure out what it takes to implement that if that's an issue. Councilmember Hudes.
Well, looking at Section 7, it says this resolution remains in place until October 31st, 2023. Could we add the words, and no further extensions will be given?
From a legal perspective, yes.
So I wonder if the maker of the motion would be willing to add those words?
I will accept that friendly amendment and add those words.
Yep,
Seconder?
absolutely.
Okay. All right. Further discussion? All right. Staff has clarity? I see pens still moving. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. The motion passes 5-0. Okay, now we'll be moving to item 15, and due to the proximity of my residence to this property, I have to recuse myself. So I will turn this over to the able hands of our Vice Mayor and bid everyone adieu.
All right, good evening, everyone. Moving on to item number 15, which is to provide direction for the potential disposition and use of 224 Main Street. Does staff have a report for us?
Thank you. And given the late hour, this will be very brief. Thank you very much. One of the council's strategic priorities is to consider how we manage our assets in terms of our land. 224 West Main is a piece of property that has been under discussion previously, but as of recent, we have not received any new direction. So that is why this is back before you. This was originally purchased with redevelopment funds, and so it had a burden of needing to provide at least 6 affordable housing units. Earlier, we have paid off the price of that land, so now it is fully owned by the town. We deposited money into our below market rate price program, so it no longer has the burden of requiring affordable housing on it. However, it is a valuable piece of property. It is currently a town parking lot, and it is adjacent to another town parking lot. Back a number of years ago, as described in the staff report, the council created an ad hoc parking and infrastructure committee, of which Councilmember Rennie sat with another council member. We explored a variety of garage options with housing and went so far as to actually find a developer who was interested in working with us. Unfortunately, the project was not found to be financially feasible given the high interest in the number of parking spaces, and so that item was ultimately dropped, and instead we went the route of doing the Dixon parking study to identify other parking solutions. So now the property is again available. Certainly it could retain its existing use as a parking lot, but as land is a precious commodity and something that we could manage for either community benefit or for revenue generation or other purposes, we thought we should return to the council for any direction. Staff is available to do further research based on the direction provided tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pravetti. Councilmember Hudes.
I had a question about the money that was contributed to the BMP program. What has been the effect of that? Has that money been spent? And if so, how many people are being housed as a result of that? How many units? What's the effect?
So we deposited $1.5 million to the below market price fund, and that money has not been allocated for any use.
Councilmember Hudes.
So it hasn't been used yet, but what is the potential impact of that money?
That's up to council discretion. You know, in the past, you've used it to support a loan for the teacher housing program. It can be used for any number of purposes consistent with our below market price program.
Thank you.
No further questions? All right, I'll open it up for public comment, although I have no speaker cards and I do not see any hands up. So I'm going to quickly close public comment and we'll go back to council for discussion. Any comments? Councilmember Rennie.
So I'll just add a little more color. First of all, my opinion is I don't think we can lose these parking spaces. Whatever we do, I think needs to be at least parking neutral. We've given up quite a few parking spaces with our parklets. Unless we find a way to add parking spaces somewhere else in town for some other project, I would be very hesitant to just put a building on this. What the town manager alluded to was we had tried to put together something where we thought and I think it was 300 parking spaces we were trying to add to the lot, and we were trying to help pay for those by putting market rate units above the parking, and then we owed 6 affordable units, which have to be subsidized. So we were trying to subsidize building a bigger garage and 6 affordable units with, I think it was something like 22 or 23 market rate units. And then after all of that, the town still needed to find $8.8 million. So it just didn't go. The Dixon study has kind of said, well, we don't need 300 spaces, so you might be interested in revisiting the idea, well, how about something much smaller where it's parking neutral or a few more parking spaces that doesn't need to be such a big building. We don't need so much market rate to subsidize something. So that maybe could be rethought on a smaller scale without all that much extra parking. So I'm just saying what I'm against is just getting rid of the parking spaces without recovering them.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate your wisdom on this, Councilmember Rennie, from serving on the previous committee. I would agree that I don't want to lose any parking spaces. I think that would be bad. I agree that we could keep the same number of parking spaces or even add a few. But I think this is a really prime location to build affordable housing. And so, as we all know, the number one challenge to the development of affordable housing is land. Land is the hottest commodity, right? And there are very, very few parcels in our town that are, not that this parcel is vacant, but it is undeveloped. And so I think the best use that we could use this for is developing affordable housing. It's also, I think it's just a good property for affordable housing. It's it's a very walkable area. We can add some extra parking spaces for the residents. I think there's like really interesting things we could do. I think if we actually built a affordable housing, if we built an affordable housing project that we are providing the land for, I think we have more leverage in that. And so I think we could do interesting things. Like we ask that the homeless individual, if we do any Section 8 or anything in there, we can find ways to house our homeless residents in that or whatever. I don't, not that we're going to get to that level of detail here tonight. But I think this is a good space to continue the parking lot and build housing on.
Councilmember Hudes.
I'm just curious because affordable housing was mentioned. What is feasible on 0.27 acres, without giving up the existing parking spaces?
So I will defer to Director Paulson, but I think it's also important as you consider the smaller piece, it is adjacent to a larger piece. So as you consider it, it is possible that the direction is really for the entire town-owned parking lot, not just 224. 224 is kind of the motivation for the conversation, but the council could consider the adjacent properties. Director Paulson?
Thank you for the question. So I think at 0.27 with the current general plan of 20, that's somewhere on the order of 5. We typically, if it's an all affordable project, we don't count those as density, so you could increase that, but you also have to be cognizant of whether or not we're going to want to add parking for those specific units, which on a site that size more than likely is underground or one level of parking at grade with units above.
So if I can follow up, do we have any indication that it would be feasible to do a 5-unit development with parking and preserving the existing number of parking? It would be significant undergrounding.
Yeah, we do not, and that likely would require a lot of additional input of resources from the town, even with a affordable housing developer that's willing to do that. I think to Manager Privetti's point, the previous proposal was both sites, which provided a little more flexibility, and trying to increase the number of parking spaces obviously led to increased costs as well. So that's another potential option.
I'll add my comments. I'm not quite ready to give up parking spaces right now. It's getting more difficult to find one, and I know that because I experience it daily. So my preference is that we have the town maintain ownership of the property as a parking lot,
until the town has implemented more of the Dixon parking recommendations. And then maybe at that time, we might have more information with any feasibility of affordable housing, which I agree, we would love to have more affordable housing. This would be an ideal location as far as walkability, but in the past, it has proven to be infeasible at that site. So that would be my concern. Any other, Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, thank you. So when I was talking about the affordable housing, I'm talking about using the entire parking lot, so not just the 0.27. It's closer to a little bit more than an acre. And so I think as we've seen, affordable housing has evolved a lot in just the past few years. Even there's a lot of tools, and I think there's a lot of incentive to build affordable housing. There's especially again when we can provide the land, and so I'm not ready to say let's go find a bidder, but I would be interested in our staff coming back to us with an assessment of feasibility for these 224 and the adjacent parcel for the development of affordable housing if we're not trying to increase parking spots, if we're trying to preserve the one level of grade parking, and then build, a few levels of affordable housing on top.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore. Any further comments or direction from council members? I'm going to look to staff. And has the direction been clear that you get enough information from the council members going forward?
I think for this one, we probably need a motion just because I've heard a variety of viewpoints. So I want to make sure that we have something that three of you agree on.
I'll try a motion. I move that the town retain ownership of the property as a parking lot until the town has implemented more of the Dixon parking recommendations. Councilmember Hudas.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think the idea about using the entire area for affordable housing isn't really what's before us, and so I'd rather consider the 0.27 acre as part of a bigger plan, rather than try to earmark it for affordable housing or to be sold to create affordable housing at this time. And we could do that, we could do that as soon as there are plans to move forward with something else. This just kind of holds the land in a way that serves the town. So,
Councilmember Rennie?
I will go ahead and support the motion, but to me it doesn't mean we're saying we're not going to consider something with affordable housing that is parking neutral in the future. I think this is going to take a bit of staff work, and I don't see us with the bandwidth right now. So by waiting until we get the Dixon parking done, hopefully there'll be more bandwidth with staff. We'll have onboarded an assistant town manager that's up to speed by then, that could take this on. So I'm realistically, I don't think we'd get to working on this anytime soon. So the motion makes sense to me.
Okay, I will call the question. I'm sorry, Councilmember Moore?
So just to clarify, so do we have a rough timeline of the Dixon report?
Well, right now we're in the midst of implementing the wayfinding part that the council has directed. We're actually scheduled to come back to council, I believe, on June 20th, and Julie Dixon will be joining us at that time. We're going to be discussing the paid parking options and what that means in terms of future implementation of the program, including the employee parking program.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then, so my issue with the motion then is that it sounds like we're giving direction that we do not. I guess another question for staff. So, with this direction, when we get further along in the staff or in the Dixon implementation, does this motion tell you to bring this back at another date, or does it not?
Well, I think this is an opportunity for council to ask us at any point, hey, it's been a year, it's been 6 months, where are we with our asset management of town properties? So I think there's always an opportunity for a council member to request of the mayor, it's time for us to have this conversation. So because really progress on the Dixon study could mean different things to different council
Right.
members.
So could I ask, would the maker of the motion be open to the town manager at least providing an update on the status of the Dixon report, especially as it relates to this parking lot, to the council in 6 months?
I think we would get that regardless.
Not necessarily, because I don't know if, I think we could ask, that's kind of a separate question that we haven't asked of our consultant. But if that becomes part of the motion, we'll certainly work with our consultant to get a response for you.
Can you repeat the request for the friendly amendment?
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. So for the town manager to return back to the town council, either in the form of a report or re-agendizing this item to continue this discussion, or sooner if there is some significant progress made on the Dixon parking study. But basically, once we have more information on this Dixon parking study, come back so we can discuss this, because it sounds like that's what y'all are looking for.
I could support that, because I think your intention is that you don't want us to discount the potential to develop affordable housing at that site, and I think that's a noble cause. So I will support that. Is there a seconder that would support that?
I'm not sure it's clear.
Okay. What are you not clear on? So either
staff could restate it.
So as I heard, the friendly amendment is that the town manager return to the town council in the form of either a report or an agenda item to identify progress with the implementation of the Dixon study.
Yeah, I would say as it relates to potentially to this site.
Yeah, I guess the last phrase, as it relates to this site, I'm not sure exactly what that means. So does that mean that the Dixon report will address this site?
I think actually that addition helps greatly, because we are in the midst of implementing the phase 1 elements of the Dixon study. And I think as we continue to progress, especially now that we have parklets, which we didn't have when we did the Dixon study, if we were to ask Julie, what does this mean in terms of our overall parking inventory? Council might be interested in being parking neutral, but also consider other uses for the site. What is her evaluation of at least maintaining those spots? Or would she say, oh, you've lost on-street parking, so now actually you do need to make it up? I have no idea what her response would be, but I think having and now that we have her under contract, we could easily augment her scope to take a look at that specific parking question, and then council would have better information.
Okay, as long as staff's clear on that, I'm willing to support that.
Okay, then I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. So this meeting is adjourned, but it's adjourned in memory of Peter Siemens, former Los Gatos mayor and council member, and Mid-Peninsula Open Space District board member. Good night, everybody.